can't live by bread alone. Yeah, this word got food in it. Stepping on the devil dome, you should see the bruise in it. Backing out the scripts, told a demon to stand down. Go against the Most High, we gon' see how it pan out. The Father gave me hope, fill me with the ghosts. Now they hate it when I glow. Joseph with the coat, looking for their fruit, but they ain't got no cantaloupe. The Messiah over Lio, you can't be a fan of both. Can't serve two masters. Bread of heaven with the living water, yeah, serving up a truth platter. We ain't idolizing no folly, now we setting up a new standard. When Christ touched down, make the whole earth shake like Bruce Banner. Yeah, bringing them troops to ya. End times getting spookier, warfare getting nuclear, mankind getting goofier. They intoxicated with a wine, damn, she done roofied them. I'm checking every word, spirit doctrine like a proofreader. I hate these Nicolatans, hate these graven idols, man, I hate these flipping pagans. Trying to play my father and I hate these imitations. Screaming out Hosanna, we escape that simulation. Better flee to me, vote these or else that lake is where you layin'. Great is he inside of me, casting out this net like I was by the Sea of Galilee. Harvest gon' be plenty, but the laborers are few. Matthew 17 and 20, there ain't nothing we can't do. I can't be no lukewarm, fringes with the blue on. Devil wanna deal, but I told him this ain't Groupon. Praise to the Almighty, you know we gon' sing a new song. Hail the King of King, the Ultra Low, no Jimmy Neutron. If you keep his laws and his commands, then we can fellowship. I don't get with Pharisees and I don't rock with Hellenists. I ain't praising man, cause only Father get my reverence. I'm swimming in the word, it got me feeling like a yellowfin. Yeah, big stepper, Mr. Demon Chin Checker, trying to hear that well done, cause I feel that displeasure. Father pouring out the wrath, and he got a big measure. If it ain't about the kingdom, then I don't give a six letter. You got faith in the Messiah, you got power. I was clean up in that blood just like a shower. Isaiah 5, you were the vine that came on sour, but now we stand and giving glory in this hour. Yeah, we breaking them curses, fleeing the ways of the serpent. Follow his word and pray for discernment, cause they want us laying in hearses. We gotta rise up, raise and resurface, choose life and stay in your purpose. The price was paid like a merchant, through Christ who came as a servant. See, the kingdom is ready to bag, but yet somehow they chasing a Birkin. After this you ain't getting a chance, while you living you can't better search him. Gotta call on his name like his urchin, never knowing that day is emerging. So repent at the weight of perversions, judgment coming, that thing is for certain. Let's go.
All right, Shalawam family. First and foremost, I want to give all praises, all glory, and all honor to the Most High God, whose name is Yahawah. Of course, I do so in the name of His only begotten Son, Hamashiach, Yahawashi, who the world inwardly calls Jesus Christ. It's your brother Yasharahla, and I'm being joined by my good brother
Shalawam.
Sharkahan Kalaki. What's going on out?
Shalawam, man. How we living, chat?
All praises, man. So it is we are getting ready to enter into the Shabbat, right? We're here in the East Coast, here in the city of Philadelphia, and the sun is getting ready to set soon, and we will be entering into the Holy Shabbat. So Shabbat Shalom, early Shabbat Shalom to all the lunar Sabbath keepers, all the true Sabbath keepers. Shabbat Shalom to you, brothers and sisters. Yeah, guys, this is a Q&A, open Bible Q&A. It's also Who Wants Smoke, right? So if anyone has questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. I'll also put a link here in the chat for you to join. You can join and ask your question as well, right? So you don't have to ask the questions in the chat. You can come on screen, and we'll dive into your question through the Spirit. All right. Make sure you guys like and share the video. Right, we're rebuilding here, House of Bread, man. Through the Spirit and power of Yahawashi, we are rebuilding, and we're doing things a little differently, in here in House of Bread. So, of course we were raised in the Sakari, right? And myself, I've been in the truth since fall of 2018. Been on the House and Hedges since then, through the Spirit and power of the Most High God. And when I would say it was probably around like late April 2019. It was just myself, the good brother Nakawam down there in Houston, Genesis Houston now, as well as this elder by the name of Matawathya, and it was just us three laboring here in Philly. And the elder, he was at the time living in the boonies, like would have to travel hours to get to camp. So at first we were just holding camp on Saturdays, but when the brother Nakawam, he was spending some time in Dallas at the time, when he came back to Philly after my first Passover, we started hitting the streets twice a week, right? So we would hold camp on Thursdays, and then we would also hold camp on Saturdays. So we've been holding double camps here in Philadelphia since 2019. And but since I got a lot of questions, might sound like a scoffer. That's fine, King, right? Just definitely ask your questions. There's a link in the chat. You can come on screen and ask your questions as well. Sister Shelly Bertha Water, YAHAWAH, how about Shanyam-ishar for your continuous support, sister? Truly appreciate you. May the Most High God bless you 1,000-fold. All right. So we've been here in Philly. We've been doing a lot of just switching things up. You know what I mean? Because going on the House and Hedges and just posting up on the block, holding camp, with a sign, microphone, right? A lot of people a lot of people know about the Hebrew Israelites, right? And a lot of people, they think of us as just individuals who just yell, right? We just yell at people, right? And what we're trying to do here at the House of Bread is, of course, our people need the rebuke, right? First and foremost, but we also got to show our people that we actually love them, right? We come out week in, week out to teach them the truth of the Bible and to bring them close to the Most High God. But a lot of them, they don't see that as love, right? The scripture said open rebuke is better than secret love. They don't see that, right? They don't understand Leviticus 19, 17, 18, right? That love is rebuking your neighbor, not suffering sin upon them. Most of our people don't even know what sin truly is, right? So, you know, we've been doing a lot of going to different events throughout the city. So we hit the Girard Street Festival here in Philly a few weeks ago. We were just at the Roots picnic, and for the past few weeks, not few weeks, Slovakia, for a couple of years, we've been posted up outside of the Roots picnic, and we've been holding camp, right? And we tried something new this year, all right? We're just out there, you know what I mean? Full force, flyers, just talking to our people, striking a conversation. So we did that this past Saturday. It was a beautiful, beautiful time. And we got some heat coming very, very soon, man. Very, very soon from that event. But you know, we plan on hitting a whole bunch of events here in Philly throughout the summer, you know, throughout the region. So if you guys are in the Philly, you know, Baltimore, Delaware, New Jersey area, right? There's an event in your area and you want us to slide out, you know, definitely hit us up, right? Our email, let me put the email. Do I have camp email here? All right, I'm gonna create a new banner, right? I'm gonna get to your question in a second, brother, right?
And while you're doing that too, one thing I do want to add to that, if I could, is going back on our experiences first coming into the truth. It's like we find out about the truth, but okay, we don't know if there's an Israelite in our area where we can keep the commandments with, or somebody to like congregate with, or build a community with. So that's one thing we at the House of Bread are striving to do. Like if you're new in the truth and you come in, we want to like have a place for you to congregate with. Even if we're not in your immediate area, at least put you in contact with somebody where you can be with. Because coming into the truth, you don't know who's an Israelite or who's a practicing Israelite where you can congregate with. And it gets very lonely. And some people fall by the wayside because they don't have anybody else with them. So we're trying to actually build that community to show that brotherly love. So we're trying to actually exemplify that brotherly love at the House of Bread.
Kind of person, most high. All right, so this is our email right here. You can email us here at houseofbreadcamp@gmail.com. If there's an event in your area that you'd like us to slide out to and, you know, have representation, and of course just engage with our people. What we're finding is that people are more willing to engage when it's not just a big crowd, right? When it's not like us on a line looking militant, right, and whatnot, with a microphone and, you know, engaging in that way. So we're finding some really good interactions with brothers and sisters, just like on a one-on-one basis. So the brother King Chronicle says, what does it mean by their fire not being quenched in Isaiah 66:24? And does it relate to the so-called everlasting fire in Revelation? So yeah, let's take a look at that. If you guys haven't watched the brothers over at Genesis, shout out to them brothers, Deacon and Hassad. They came out with a new breakdown about the lake of fire, and we here at the House of Bread have been analyzing it, and yeah, them brothers is on point, man. I remember I was talking to Deacon a few days before they even did the video, and I was like, yeah, bro, yeah, y'all on to something. So we'll take a look in just a second. Let me pull up the browser. All right, let me pull up Blue Letter. But good question, brother. So make sure there's any other questions for them. All right, so you said Isaiah 66:24. So let's take a look at Isaiah 66:24. Where's my sword? This is my original Bible, bro, from when I came into the truth. My other one's in the living room. This I left this joint out in the rain one time, bro. It got all jacked up. But it still got all my original highlights and whatnot. You know what I mean? This was my baby, yo. I love this Bible.
Man, that's a blessing. I don't know where my original sword is. That one hurt. Someone
I
click
might
it.
frame this bad boy.
Got to.
All right, so let's go to Isaiah chapter 66. And bro, I got a page getting ready to fall out this joint. And guess what book it's in? Take a guess what book it is in. The page about to fall out.
Isaiah.
You know it. And guess what? It's right around 60, 61, 62. So, you know what I mean? Isaiah is one of my favorite, is my favorite prophet. So, all right, so let's take a look. Isaiah's down. Let's start at let's start Isaiah chapter 66 and verse 15.
God. Spoke Isaiah chapter 66 and verse 15. Behold, the Lord will come with fire and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will the Lord plead with all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many.
So let's slow down right there, right? So this is an end time prophecy, right? This has to deal with us being in the wilderness, right? Now, when we read Ezekiel, what's that? Ezekiel the 20th chapter.
Yeah.
Ezekiel 20th chapter. Right. Now, just so brothers and sisters understand, like a lot, they say there's no such thing as a stupid question. I don't agree with that. However, there be times where brothers will ask me questions, and I'm like, did you actually read the Bible? Did you actually read what you asked me? Like, it's really plain, right? So one thing that I learned early on when I started, when I came into the truth, is like, if you don't know what something means, right, you should read a little further up for context and a little further after to understand, what's being spoken about. And that's a problem. Hebrew Israelites, listen, we get on Christians for taking Bible verses out of context all the time, because they do, right? But Hebrew Israelites, y'all do it all the time.
Yeah.
And there's a video going to be coming out soon from one of the interactions we had at the Roots picnic this past Saturday. And the brother that we were engaging with was just taking this nigga took every scripture the nigga brought out was taken out of context, right? Yeah. So when we go to Ezekiel to the 20th chapter and verse verse 33, it says, starting at really 33, it says, as I live, saith the Lord YAHAWAH, surely with a mighty hand, with a stretched out arm, and with fury poured out, will I rule over you. He's speaking to Israel. It says, I will bring you out from the people, and I will gather you out of the countries wherein ye are scattered, with a mighty hand, with a stretched out arm, and with fury poured out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face. So this is in the wilderness, right? It goes on to say, like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness. So when we were come out of Egypt, right, we were wandering in the wilderness, and Most High God was pleading with us. Not like, oh, please, please, please keep my commandments. And that word for plead, if I'm not mistaken, actually, let me go ahead and present my screen, share screen. Right. So Ezekiel 20 and what was that, 36? Yes, 36, right? So check this out. So this word for plead, right, is the Hebrew word shapat, right? Now, let's see if we got any Hebrew scholars. What does the word shapat mean, right? Actually, let me just make sure. Let's just remove it from the screen real quick. What does the word shapat mean? Anyone know? So when the Lord says he's going to plead with us, what does that mean? Is he saying, please, baby, please take that, baby? No, it's not what the Lord is saying. You know what I mean? Anyone got any guesses of what the word shapat means? Judge, right? It means to judge, right? So The Lord's going to judge all flesh, right? Of course, talking about the Israelites, right? This is Judgment Day, right? It goes on to say, and I will bring you from the into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face, as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness. So he judged our fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt. So will I plead with you, save the Lord Yahawah. So just as he pleaded with our fathers, just as he brought us into the wilderness outside of Egypt, and he, judged us, tens, if not hundreds of thousands of the Israelites, right, were put to death in the wilderness, right? It says, and I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. Verse 38, and I will purge out from among you the rebels, and them that transgress against me. I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel, and ye shall know that I am Yahawah, right? So the Most High God is going to plead with the Israelites, right, in the wilderness, right? So let's go back to Isaiah 66,
17. It's Isaiah 66 and verse 17. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the garden, behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, an abomination in the mouth, shall be consumed together, saith the Lord.
Shall be consumed together, right? What consumes something? Fire, right? So it says, for by fire and by a sword will the Lord plead with all flesh, right? The Lord's word is likened unto a fire, right? And who's the word of God made flesh? Mashiach Yahawashi, right? So he's going to be back on the scene at that time, right? And in the wilderness, right, there's going to be Israelites gathered from all over the world, right? Israelites from all over the world will be brought back, right? Because as we read in Deuteronomy 30, and as we just read in Ezekiel 20, the 20th chapter, that the Most High God is going to gather us from all the countries and where we've been scattered, right? Let's read on.
Verse 18, for I know their works and their thoughts. It shall come that I will gather all nations and tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. And I will set a sign among them, and I will send those that escape of them unto the nation, to Tarshish, Pul, and Lud, that draw the bow, to Tubal and Javan, to the isles afar off, that have not heard my fame, neither have seen my glory. And they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles.
So this is going to take place over time, right? I feel like a lot of times, brothers and sisters, they don't understand that prophecy is going to unfold step by step, right? Yeah. A lot of times, we get into this mindset like, man, I can't wait for the kingdom. I can't wait for the kingdom, right? But Yahawashi says the kingdom cometh not by observation, right? They're not going to say, oh, lo there and lo here, right? But the kingdom is within you. So we are the kingdom, right? He also teaches that since the days of John the Baptist, the kingdom suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force, right? So Israel, right, the elect of Israel, we are the kingdom, right? The dominion is going to come to the daughter of Zion, pursuant to Micah, the 4th chapter, right? So when we're looking here, right, us going among the Gentiles, Lord willing, of that number, right? The elect men of the nation of Israel are going to go and gather some of our people who are scattered amongst the Gentiles, right, who have not heard of the Most High's fame, right? Read on.
Verse 20, and they shall bring all your brethren.
And they shall do what?
They shall bring all your brethren.
Bring all your brethren from amongst the Gentiles. Read on.
For an offering unto the Lord out of all nations, upon horses and in chariots, and in litters, upon mules and upon swift beasts, to my holy mountain Jerusalem, saith the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
As for the children of Israel, bring an offering unto a clean vessel into the house of the Lord.
And just so y'all know, like this word litters, like when you see like a king being sitting on that platform, just laid out, and you have servants carrying them, that's what a litter is, right? Yeah. Read on.
Verse 21, and I will also take of them for priests and for Levi, saith the Lord.
So again, Levi has been scattered amongst the tribes, as we read in Genesis 49th chapter, right? Mm-hmm. So amongst these brethren, the children of Israel scattered throughout the 4 corners of the earth, some of them may not have heard of Yahweh's fame, right? Yeah. That's what, of some of those that are brought back, some of them are going to, of course, get down with the get down. Some of them are going to buck up, some of them are going to rebel. This is why it says right here in verse 18, for I know their works and their thoughts, right? he knows how our people are, right? But again, some of them are going to get down, some of them are not, right? Read on.
Verse 22, for as the new heavens and a new earth will I make, which I will make, shall remain before me, saith the Lord.
Uh-huh.
So shall your seed and your name remain.
So let's stop. Let's unpack this, right? So when we look at Matthew, the 5th chapter, right? Starting at verse 17, going on down to 20, right? Yahawashi says, until heaven and earth pass, not a single jot or tittle will no wise pass from the law, right? Guess what? Heaven and earth passing is not talking about the heavens being blown up and the earth being destroyed. That's not what that's talking about, right? New heavens and new earths means new people in rulership and new people being subjugated, right? The turning of things right side up, right? So this is what it means to be for the Most High God to make new heavens and new earth, right? It says, and then when we see it here, it says, so shall your seed and your name remain, right? Because we're going to remain at the top. We're going to be the heavens, right? And the heathen are going to be the earth, right? They're going to be beneath us, right? Pursuant to Daniel 2:44. In the days of these kings shall the God of heaven establish a kingdom that shall not be destroyed and shall not be left to other people. Daniel 7:13, the Most High God's the Ancient of Days is going to give Yahawashi, the Son of Man, dominion in the kingdom that shall not pass away. All nations, languages, and peoples are going to serve him, right? Verse 18, the saints are going to take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever and ever and ever, right? So this all lines up with each other, right? Read on.
Verse 23, and it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith the Lord. And they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me. For their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and it shall be an abhorring unto all flesh.
So when you guys watch, like I implore brothers and sisters to watch the breakdown that the brothers Deacon and Hassad did probably just about a week ago about the lake of fire. The lake of fire will start at Basra, right? Children of Israel are also going to get be part of Yahawashi's baptism. Yahawashi's baptism is by fire as well, right? This is the rebels getting put to death, right? And then those who have, of course, taken the mark of the beast, right? Those who have transgressed here in Babylon, they're going to be resurrected. After Babylon's destroyed, they're going to be resurrected unto damnation, right? Which lines up with John, the 5th chapter, right? Yahawashi says that there are two resurrections, a resurrection unto life to those that have done good, right? So let's say, for instance, Lord, God forbid, right? God forbid I pass away, right? And Lord willing, right? I have walked this walk, right? Not just talk the talk, right? That I die in Yahawashi, right? Truly serving Yahawashi and truly serving the Most High God, of course, through Yahawashi, right? And let's say, God forbid I pass away, right? In that case, I would be resurrected unto life, right? Same thing for a brother like, shout out to the elder, Barakath the Allah from HOD, right? Real beautiful elder. That's who I learned Paleo Hebrew from, right? Lord willing, that brothers of that number, he'll be resurrected unto life. You know what I mean? Elder Bivens, right? He died in New Jersey at the hands of I think was the Nation of Islam, right? Lord willing, right? He will be resurrected unto life, right? So there's these two resurrections: resurrection to life to them that have done good, and a resurrection unto damnation to them that have done evil. Anyone here in Babylon, right, who's being evil, especially those who take the mark of the beast, niggas gonna die, right? You're gonna die here in Babylon, and then you're gonna be resurrected to be thrown right into the lake of fire. The lake of fire is not in America, right? The lake of fire will be from Megiddo up to, I believe, Valley of Jehoshaphat, right? It's gonna be a huge stretch, right? And this is going to serve as a memorial, right? As a reminder to all flesh that, hey, don't transgress against the Most High God, right? When we're put back in power, as we see in Isaiah the 2nd chapter, it says that all nations are going to flow into Jerusalem, right? And they're going to say, oh, come on and let us go to the house of the God of Jacob, for he will teach us of his ways. Who's the he? We're the he, right? Israel. We're going to teach the heathen how to keep the commandments, right? We're going to have to rebuke them because they're not going to enter into the bond of the new covenant, right? Where their hearts will be circumcised. Our hearts will be circumcised so that we are unable to sin. We're unable to transgress God's laws. That won't be the case for the heathen. Like the heathen are going to, make mistakes, right? Heathen going to get put to death, right? There's still going to be heathen committing adultery, doing all types of evil and wickedness, and they're going to have to be judged, right? It's going to be heathen stealing things and whatnot. They're going to have to be judged, right? According to the law, because the law shall go forth out of Zion. You got a precept or something?
No, I'm just looking at the parable of the rich man and Lazarus, just to like bring the parallels of the lake of fire and rulership, because it's going to be right next to each other. So now with that in mind, the lake of fire makes a lot more sense, right? So I'm going to start at verse 22. This is the book of Luke chapter 16 and verse 22. And it came to pass that the beggar died and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died and was buried. And in hell he lifted up his eyes, being in torment, seeing Abraham far off and Lazarus in his bosom. So that's why he's able to see that, because it's not like dimensions. It's not like, oh, hell is a dimension and heaven is a dimension, where no, they're like we teach, it's a place of being, like it's a mental state and it's a physical being. So when he's seeing that, he's like, you know what, damn, I'm burning up now and it's my turn to get judgment. But then we're at the heaven, we're in rulership now, we're seeing that. So seeing that and having that makes sense with the rich man and Lazarus. That breakdown fully comes into place. Like it makes sense with that understanding.
Con. So let's see. Can you break down Shalawam, Brother Brown Hornet? So he says, can you break down Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12 through 14, right? So yeah, absolutely. So let's go to Isaiah chapter 12 and Isaiah chapter 14. We're gonna start from the top. But this all makes sense when you read it in context. Let's bring it out.
It's the book of Isaiah chapter 14 and verse 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land, and the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave unto the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them and bring them into their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord, for servants and for handmaids.
Hold on real quick. Sister, I'm not sure if this is a sister or brother, 247 Israelite. Hello, I'm a babe in the truth. Can I sweep and mop my house on the Sabbath? I wouldn't, right? So we're prohibited from doing work, right? Like going to the plantation.
Yeah.
Right? Engage. That word for work in the Hebrew also means business. So if you own a business, right, you don't do that, right? You don't buy and sell because that's part of business. You don't kindle fires, right? You don't seethe or cook on the Sabbath, right? So buying and selling, working / business, cooking, kindling a fire, that's what's prohibited on the Sabbath. I would say let's say you spilt something, right? If you spill something, I wouldn't say that you're in sin for sweeping it up and tossing it in the trash. But what I would say is if you're trying to clean the whole crib,
Whole house renovation on the Sabbath.
No. Don't be cleaning your bathroom, right? Don't be, what I mean, don't be doing the most, right? It's a day of rest. But good question.
And that's another topic too, Salaki, before we move on. Like brothers and sisters all of a sudden suddenly have all these things that must get done on the Sabbath. There's 6 other days to get those things done. Like you don't have to do them all right away, but it could be gradual. It didn't just suddenly pop up the day of the Sabbath, right? And if it did, you can wait until the other day.
Yeah. And that's why we have a preparation day, right?
Yeah.
So like today, now the sun's not completely down yet, but we're almost there, right? Mm-hmm. So today, right? Because today is Monday, June 2nd, right? You know what I mean? I started preparing early, right? So the sun went down yesterday, right? Sunday evening, right? That was the beginning of a new Hebrew day, right? Mm-hmm. And right, woke up, right? Was working, doing work stuff, and then I'm at the crib or whatever working, and I started cooking, right? So I literally started cooking around it had to be like about 11 o'clock in the morning, right? So I had dinner prepped for the most part had that knocked out, right? I mean, I made some curry chickpeas, made some cabbage, right? I made some rice and I made some plantain. So what I did was the rice, I washed the rice, got it ready to rock and roll, had it in the pot ready to roll, and I cooked the rice real quick before the sun went down, right? Also, I prepared breakfast for the next day, right? So prepared breakfast for the next day, have it all stored up, and of course we get the fire kindled before the sun goes down so that we can keep our food heated up, right? We also boil a pot of water so that we can use that already seeds boiled water to help heat up our food in the pan that's already been prepared, right? So we have to start preparing, right? You have people, and like there's been some conversations on Facebook, right? There are camps that teach that you can cook on the Sabbath when the scriptures say do not kindle a fire. You cannot cook without kindling a fire, right? And then the scriptures also tell us to the law, the Torah tells us to eat what we're going to see, bake what we're going to bake the day before the Shabbat, right? So we have to prepare, right? You know what I mean? Before we start, winding down as the sun's getting ready to set, all right, you know what I mean? We're cleaning up, we're straightening it up, making sure everything is good to go, right? And that the house is set and in order before the Shabbat comes in, right? So let's say tomorrow morning, right? We're just like I'm pouring some juice and I spill some. Is it wrong for me to wipe that up, right? Spray a little Clorox spray and wipe it up? No, right? So don't be overdoing it. It's a day of rest, all right? But good question, brother. I don't know if it's a brother or sister, right? So let's get back to the brother's question. So what we see here in verses 1 through, you read 1 and 2 already?
Yeah,
right. So the Most High God is going to choose Israel, right? He's going to set us in our own land pursuant to a plethora of prophecies, right? The strangers are going to come with us, talking about the other nations. They're going to cleave unto the house of Jacob, and we're going to possess them in the land of the Lord. They're going to be our servants, our handmaids. They're going to be our captives, right? Because we were their captives. The Most High God says that he's going to reverse the curses, put the curses that were on us onto the heathen, right? Those that hate us, those that persecuted us, in Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 7, right? So read verse 3.
Verse 3, and it shall come to pass in the day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve, that thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon, and say, how have the oppressor ceased, and a golden city ceased?
So let's stop right there, right? So now let's kind of make this cohesive, right? Let's gel these scriptures together. So it's in Micah chapter 4 and verse 8, right? It says, and thou, O tower of the flock, the stronghold of the daughter of Zion, unto thee shall it come, right? Even the first dominion, the kingdom shall come to the daughter of Jerusalem, right? So what we just read in Isaiah 14, this is kingdom connotation, right? Verse 9, now why dost thou cry out aloud? Is there no king in thee? So it says now, right now we're crying aloud, right? Because our king is sitting at the right hand of the Father. He's not here. Since thy counselor perished, Yahawashi died 2,000 years ago, a little over 2,000 years ago. It says, for pangs have taken thee as a woman in travail. We're going through these birth pains, right? When Yahawashi talked about, his return, right, in Matthew, the 24th chapter, Luke, the 21st chapter, he likened the end times, the signs of the end times as birth pains. We as a people are going through birth pains. We see our people getting deported, right, getting round up, deported. We see our people getting gunned down in the streets, right? We're going through all this hell, right? And that's why we're crying, right? It says, be in pain and bring forth, in labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in travail. For now shalt thou go forth out of the city. When you see the phraseology out of the city in reference is Jerusalem, right? So we were cast out of Jerusalem in between 66 and 73 AD, right? Of course, 70 AD, Jerusalem is destroyed. The city is, the temple is burnt, right? And many of us are led away captive into all nations, as Yahawashi said in Luke 21:24, right? It says, and thou shalt dwell in the field, right? So this, of course, lines up with what's that, Revelation, the 12th chapter, if I'm not mistaken. All right, talking about how the earth helped the woman, right? This is us making our way, primarily the tribe of the kingdom of Judah, right? Of course, you had diverse of Ephraim and Manasseh and some of the other northern kingdom tribes amongst us, right? We went and we cultivated West Africa, right? We developed civilizations there, right? Us along with Canaanites, right? Because they were always around us, right? They were always a thorn in our side, as the scripture said, right? And it says, thou shalt go even to Babylon. So from West Africa, so from Jerusalem to West Africa, West and Central Africa, we were taken, right, and brought to Babylon, right? Here we are in Babylon, the Great, right? There shalt thou be delivered. There the Lord shall redeem thee from the hand of thine enemies, right? So we know that this is not talking about ancient Babylon, because when right after we were under the control of the Babylonians, we were in captivity to the Medo-Persians, then the Greeks, then the Romans, right? So it goes on to say, now also many nations are gathered against thee that say, let her be defiled and let our eye look upon Zion, right? So of course, this lines up with the valley of Jehoshaphat, or Yahawashi, which means Yahweh's judgment. It says, but they know not the thoughts of Yahawah, neither understand they his counsel, for he shall gather them as sheaves into the floor, right? What is this talking about, right? For the feast of first fruits, we're told to bring the sheaves of our first fruits unto the priests, right? These are stalks of grain, right? So when you take stalks of grain, right, you have to separate the kernel, like the wheat berries, right, or the barley berries. This is the fruit of the wheat, right? In order to separate it, you take it to a threshing floor and you beat it, right? So now the Lord is likening us beating the other nations to you beating wheat, right? So it says, but they know not the thoughts of Yahawah, neither understand they his counsel, for he shall gather them as sheaves into the floor. Arise and thresh, O daughter of Zion, for I will make thine horn iron, and I will make thy hooves brass. Thou shalt beat in pieces many people, not just one nation, many people, and I will consecrate their gain unto Yahawah, and their substance unto Yahawah of the whole earth, right? Mm-hmm. So this is, again, kingdom connotation. So let's go back to Isaiah 14 with that in mind, right? It's at this time when we have, right, now we're ruling over our oppressors. We're going to take this proverb against the king of Babylon, right? This is talking about essentially the Edomites. The Edomites rule Babylon. They're called the daughter of the Chaldeans, right? Let's read on.
Verse 4. That thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon and say, how have the oppressor ceased and the golden city ceased?
America, isn't America called? Didn't immigrants believe that America was paved with gold? Literally. Right? America's a golden city, right? Read on.
The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers. Mm-hmm. He who smote the people in wrath with continual stroke. He that ruled the nations in anger is persecuted, and none hindereth.
So America has not just oppressed, of course, the saints, the children of Israel. They have also oppressed other nations. This is why we see what's going on all over the world, right? America has enabled the state of Israel to commit genocide against the Palestinian people, right? They drop bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? They'll topple your governments, right? They'll set up coups. We know what they did in Libya, right? They set up coups in Guyana, like America, right? Which is ruled by the Western European Caucasian, right? They're the kings of the world, right? This is talking about the king of Babylon, right? America is Babylon the Great. So they have oppressed all these nations, right? So we're taking up this proverb against them, right? These people have oppressed not just us, but they also oppressed the other nations. So now they're saying, how have the oppressor ceased? How have the oppressor of all oppressors, right? You watch the movie Black Panther. Shuri said, get your hands off of me, colonizer, because this is what these people have done, right? They're known for all of the evil that they've done in the earth, right? Read on.
Verse 7, the whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break forth into singing.
So again, for instance, book of Proverbs, chapter 29 and verse 2, right? It says, when the righteous are in authority, that will be us, the Israelites, the people rejoice. But when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. Now, the scriptures call Esau, right, the Edomites, in Malachi 1, the border of wickedness, right? They're the border of wickedness right here, right? And then Job 9 and 24 says that what? The earth has been given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? So the wicked of the earth, the Edomites, they have control over the earth, right? They have it in their hands, right? So this puts this proverb, this parable against them. It puts into more perspective. The whole earth is at rest. Why? Because the righteous will be in authority. The Israelites will be in authority, right? The people are going to be quiet, right? The whole earth is going to be at rest. Now, obviously, that does not mean that they're not going to be serving us, right? They're going to be in the fields, plowing our fields, dressing our vines, building up our walls, because the Most High God hates robbery, right? And whatever a man soweth, that shall he also reap, right? But we're not going to be just dropping bombs on people, right? We're not going to be going around raping people like what the Western European Caucasian has done all over the earth, right? Listen, if there were people in Antarctica, guess what? The Western European Caucasian would have went to Antarctica and they would have raped those people into oblivion, right? Listen, man, if they could go to Mars, right? And if there were Martians on Mars, guess what? They would be colonized right now, right? So let's read on.
And so I could too. Before we go, this like you remember the military brother we was talking to about how he was so against black people. Yeah. So it just popped into my mind like the whole world has been so like conditioned to view rulership as like it can only ever be tyrannical that when we say, oh, it's going to be world peace on earth, they can't comprehend that because if somebody's in charge, they can only drop bombs, they can only colonize people. That's what they've been so used to, but according to the Bible, that's not how it should be.
That's like if you like, let's say that you in a world, right, and you dealing with a woman who went through abuse, right, and when she meets a good man who's not going to abuse her, it's going to take us some time to realize, oh, this is what a good man, real man is like. You know what I mean? And when you really look at our relationship with the other nations and following their gods, we've been in abusive relationships, right? But when we come into the knowledge of the truth and we come back to our husband, right, the Most High God, right, you know, he treats us good. You know what I mean? So that's a great point right there. So let's keep going. Verse 8.
Verse 8. Yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since thou art laid down, no feller is come against us.
So now this is like a double entendre. That's why I love the Most High, man. Like, listen, he's a top spitter, right? So the trees represent the nations, right? The cedars of Lebanon. Lebanon was known for their cedar trees, right? The scripture said the Assyrian was a cedar in Lebanon, right? The fir trees and the chestnut trees, they envied his beauty, right? So this is talking about the nations. Now, a feller is someone who cuts down a tree. What has Esau been doing? Going around the world, deforesting places, right? Like depopulating peoples, right? Cutting peoples down, right? We have things called family trees. All the families of the earth, right? They're represented by trees. So since they've been taken out of power, no feller is come against us. Why? Because the earth is going to be at rest in peace, right? Read on.
Verse 9. Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming.
Why? Because they're that pale horse, right? Death and hell follows, right? And when it says hell, it's not talking about this Dante's Inferno BS, red man with horns and a pitchfork and a tail. No, this word for hell is the Hebrew word sheol or sha'awah, right? Sha'awah, right? And it means the grave, right? It means grave. Hades, no, right? This is a Greek concept. That's not what we're talking about. Right? So it's the word Sheol. Okay, read on.
It stirreth up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth.
Now hold on. It says it stirreth up the dead for you, right? Out of hell, out of the graves, not in a fiery inferno. Just a sidebar. Read on.
Even all the chief ones of the earth it hath raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. All they that speak and say unto thee, art thou also become weak as we? Art thou become like unto us? Thy pomp is brought down to the grave.
So now the white man, right, who's had hegemony in the earth for the past God knows how long, almost 500 years, right? The nation is saying, are you to become weak like us? Right? How has the oppressor ceased? Right? Read on.
Thy pomp is brought down to the grave, and the noise of thy vials. The worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee.
Because you're on the earth, right? And new heavens and new earths, right? Now, I love this word pomp, right? So I was in a band in high school, and one of the first songs we learned, it's called Pomp and Circumstance. So when you actually go to a graduation, that dun, 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 that song is called Pomp and Circumstance, right? It's a song you march to, right? So the pomp or the pride of America, we got the Orange Man talking about having a military parade. This nigga thinks he's Kim Jong-un, or Kim Jong-il, whatever his name is, right? Rocket Man, right? He wants to have goddamn military parades, right? Because the pride of these people, the scriptures call Babylon, right? That little horn that comes out of that fourth beast, says that his look was more stout than his fellows, right? That word means proud, right? Who's more proud than the Western European or in origin, a white American, right? Who is more proud than a white American? They literally have a song called "I'm Proud to Be an American," or at least I know I'm free. Listen, these devils are not even free, right? These damn people in goddamn Ohio, right, or damn Iowa, right, who voted for Agent Orange, right, thinking that he was going to make things better. Listen, this tariff war, it's not to help the average American worker. It's to help him and his billionaire friends, right? But they don't realize that because they're stupid, right? Read on.
Verse 14, how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning?
Verse 12.
God. Verse 12, how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations?
Again, this is a parable about the king of Babylon, which is the American white man, right? So the word Lucifer, right, here in the Hebrew is the word Hayalal, right? So Hayalal goes back to the word halal, which means to praise, right? Who's praised in the earth? The white man. Why? Because white supremacy rules and reigns in the earth, right? So Hayalal is it means shining one, right? Light bearer, right? It's of the king of Babylon. Now they're saying it's of the spiritual demon Satan. Now you can say that in a sense, right? Because the so-called white man is the vessel in which the spiritual demon Satan uses here on the earth, right? But this idea that Satan was cast down out of heaven, right? That's not what's being portrayed here in this verse, right? It's not what's going on in this particular verse, right? So the brother asked for verses 12 to 14, right? Read on.
For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend unto heaven, and will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. Verse 14, I will ascend above the heights of the cloud, and I will be like the Most High.
So let's go to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2.
That's exactly what I was thinking too.
Right. Let's start from the top, right? Because what the white man is doing right now with AI, right, with robotics and all, like they are literally trying to be the Most High. They're cloning things, right? They're like right now. There's a story where there's a sister in Georgia, right, who is brain dead, right, and they're keeping her alive because the baby heart is still beating. We don't know what's going to happen to that baby, right? And guess who's going to have to pay for it? Her family, because the black woman has been used as a guinea pig, right? Black people in general have been used as guinea pigs here in this American medical system for centuries.
Yep.
Right? Listen, they don't put, they gave the Tuskegee Airmen syphilis. They did all types of stuff. Right? Henrietta Lacks, I believe is her name. Right? They took her cells, right, and advanced cancer research, right? Didn't give her family a single dime, right? It's the same shit going on, right? So this is what the so-called white man's doing, right? They're trying to create life, right? They're trying to become immortal. That's what they're really trying to do, right? But let's start from the top.
There's the book of 2 Thessalonians, chapter 2 and verse 1. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Hamashiach Yahawashi, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter, as from us, as the day of Christ is at hand.
Let's stop right there, right? So the apostles believed that Yahawashi was going to return within their lifetime, right? Based off of one, their understanding of prophecy, right? And we can even see in Acts 1 and 6, they asked, will you that at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel? So they understood that the kingdom was going to be given to Israel, right? Because they understood prophecy. They understood Micah 4 verses 8 on down, as we just read. They had an understanding of Daniel 7 and Daniel 2, right? Because that the Roman Empire, they understood that, hey, the Roman Empire is this fourth beast, right? However, they didn't understand that the Roman Empire would be divided, right? And would be revised, okay? And again, they didn't necessarily understand everything because everything wasn't revealed. If we look at Revelation, John the Revelator, who was scholars believe that John the Revelator was the youngest of the apostles. He was probably a teenager during the time of his ministry, walking with Yahawashi. And he is called the apostle that Yahawashi loved. Right now, I have a theory. I believe that John the Revelator is from the tribe of Benjamin. We know that he more than likely would have been either Judah, Benjamin, or Levi. I believe that he's a Benjamite. Why? Because John is a typical Benjamite name. Look at Jonathan, Saul's son, right? And the fact that Yahawashi had that love for him. There's a special connection between Judah and Benjamin, right? And it goes back to when we went down to Egypt to get grain, right? When we had to go back because Joseph said, listen, bring your younger brother, right? And Judah took responsibility for Benjamin. Benjamin was young, right? Judah was a grown man at the time. So that's my theory about John the Revelator. But, the apostles, they had the understanding that Yahawashi was going to return in their day. But when we look at all the apostles, they all died grievous deaths, right? The only one that we don't hear about dying a grievous death is John. Most scholars believe that John just died in prison in the island of Patmos, right? Now, the scriptures tell us in Deuteronomy chapter 33 that Benjamin is in the bosom of the Lord.
Yeah.
Right? He's protected all his days. So that's another reason why I believe that John the Revelator was a Benjamite, right? So John gets revealed this while he's in Patmos. I gotta look at the timeline, but many of the apostles were being persecuted and died by that time. So,
circulating.
They understood that they believed that the Yahawashi was coming back in their lifetime, right? Obviously, that did not happen, right? That we look at Hosea 6, right? Hosea 6 is another key to understand that Yahawashi wasn't going to return at that time, right? So that's what it says, that the day of Christ is at hand. They really believe that, and I don't blame them, right? We're supposed to be hastening the day, right? So let's read on in verse 3.
Verse 3: Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there be a falling away first.
So Yahawashi is not going to return until there'll be a falling away first, right? Read on.
And that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition.
That man of sin, right? That the son of perdition. The word perdition means destruction. Who is that man of sin? Who is the son of perdition, right? It's the white man. It's the Edomites, right? Now, they, of course, had power during the time of the Romans, but that power was going to be magnified after that kingdom was divided, all right, and revised, right? Read on.
Verse 4, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God.
He opposes, he's opposite of and exalts himself above all that is called God, right? Read on.
Or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
So again, this is not talking about this idea of the Antichrist. There's no the Antichrist, because the scripture said there are many Antichrists, right? The scripture tells us that if you deny that Yahawashi came in the flesh, that you're an Antichrist, right? And so there's a plethora of Antichrist, right? So this man, again, this same person, the same individual, not individual, but collection of people, right? The so-called white man, American white man, right? The son of perdition, right? How is American white man the son of destruction? They're the only people to use a nuclear bomb in the history of humanity, to drop fire from heaven, right? So that's what that's going into, King. All right, this is a parable against the king of Babylon, right? Which is so-called white people, right? So-called American white people, to be specific, right? So let me just catch up here and see if there's any other questions. That was a lot from just one question. So IOCK question: camps not unifying, is that biblical? And will the unification occur only after Christ's return? Well, let's take a look, right? Let's go to Isaiah chapter 52 and verse 7.
Yep. I got it.
All right.
This is book of Isaiah chapter 52 and verse 7. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace, that bringeth good tidings of good, that publisheth salvation, that saith unto Zion, thy God reigneth.
So this person whose feet are so beautiful, this is Yahawashi, right? He's the one that's bringing the gospel, the good news, right? He's publishing peace, right? He's called the Prince of Peace, right? He's called Shiloh, right? Shiloh means tranquility, peace, synonymous, right? Bringeth the good news, right? And publisheth salvation. He's the one who's going to bring that salvation, right? Read on.
Verse 8, thy watchmen shall lift up the voice, with the voice together shall they sing, for they shall see eye to eye when the Lord shall bring again Zion.
Now, the Lord has not brought again Zion. So the idea that all the camps are going to be united under one, this whole idea that commanding to LaYAHAWAH commands that all Israelites come to the 65th annual Passover, the Lord's Passover, the only Passover ever. That's just vainglory, right? That's vainglory. Fuck ISUPK, right? I'm just saying that, right? Because again, when we look at this, when we look at prophecy, the scriptures tell us that the Most High God is going to judge the house of Israel, right? That he's going to sift the house of Israel. It also tells us in Amos the 8th chapter that the leaders, the rulers, the evil rulers of the nation of Israel, the Most High God's never going to forget their hurtful works, right? So niggas like this, right? And people being silly enough to think that, oh my God, why they not united? Blah, blah, blah. Listen, man, we're not going to be, right? Listen, and again, there's a plethora of brothers in different camps that I love, I rock with, like really, really like as well. Like, listen, my brother Daraj from True Nation, that's my brother for real, right? But we don't agree on everything, right? We don't have to. That doesn't mean that me and him not gonna be brothers. Right? See, my thing is, I don't like evil niggas. All the evil niggas in Israel, fuck you. All you evil leaders, all you evil niggas that's following behind them, right? You silly blind sheep following these blind evil leaders. Fuck you niggas too. Right? Straight like that. There's not going to be this unity in the sense that people be thinking. Now, again, there's nothing wrong with, you know what I mean, brothers of WFI, brothers of Genesis, brothers of, you know what I mean, Anointed House of Saints, right? Holding Union Camp together, right? Because again, for the most part, again, if we obviously here at House of Bread, we keep the lunar Shabbat, right? Other brothers keep it fixed Friday to Saturday Shabbat, right? I'm not gonna just not like you because of that. That's stupid, right? Just because you don't see the scriptures the way that I see it, that doesn't mean I don't like you. But if you're evil and you're literally teaching things that are completely contrary to the Torah, right? If you're just doing all types of evilness in the community, as niggas have been doing for a long ass time, right? Fuck you. Fuck all you evil niggas. Straight like that. So yes, this is biblical, right? That the watchmen are not going to see eye to eye until the Lord restore again Zion. Zion has not been restored. Okay. But good
I
question.
feel like in that sense, brothers are, when they say stuff like this, they're severely missing a couple of steps towards that unity. Like there has to be things that are, first of all, we're in the process of teaching our people, right? It says that Zion has to be established first, but unity can't come at the price of righteousness. Like we can't just unite and then not do what the Bible commands us to do and then say, oh, for the sake of unity, let's just, no, that's not how it does. You're skipping steps. There's only disunity because we're not behaving how we're supposed to be behaving. And scripture talks about, I think it's Matthew 6:33, right? Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and all these things are going to be added unto you. That unity is going to come, right? Once we start actually looking towards the scriptures and doing what it says. So don't rush the steps and don't look at it like, oh, because I don't see unity now, then there's never going to be unity. That's not what it is. You're severely skipping the steps that's going to lead us to unity.
And here's the thing, right? I mean, the scripture, the Torah tells us you got to put evil out of Israel.
Yeah.
So, like, if niggas are evil, listen, get these niggas the fuck up on out of here, right? Get these niggas up on out of here, right? Because here's the thing: if you see niggas doing evil shit and it's not getting checked, then you think, oh, it's okay to do that evil, right? Like for instance, in the Torah it says if a child is just rebellious, right, and he just will not listen to his parents, and it's a continuous thing, right? They bring his ass to the judges, right, and the elders. They take his ass outside of the city and they stone him with stones in front of everyone, so that everyone else will fear. Like, because we're under the white man's jurisdiction, we can't be putting niggas to death. Guess what? I wish I could put some of these evil niggas to death. I'm gonna keep it a buck, right? Because the law of God is within my heart.
Yeah.
Right. Unlike a lot of the niggas who are evil, the law of God is not in their heart. They don't care about the law of God. This is why we need the Most High God, right, to purge out the rebels, get these evil niggas out the way, right, and put us under the bond of the covenant. Lord willing, we're of that number. Right. Once we under that bond of the covenant, he's going to circumcise our hearts, right, and program his law into our hearts, into our inward parts, where we will not break his commandments. Right. That's the day that I want. But it seems like a lot of these niggas in Israel, y'all just want to stay here in captivity. I'm sick of this place.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah. Let's see. Brother asked why no microwaves on the Sabbath. Okay, cool. So how do microwaves work? Okay, so let me show my screen real quick, right? So let's take a look, right? So I asked, how is fire created? Fire is created through a chemical reaction called combustion. This reaction requires three key components: fuel, right, oxygen, and heat. Heat. You need heat in order to create a fire, right? When the fuel source is heated to its ignition temperature, in the presence of oxygen, rapid oxidation reaction occurs, releasing heat and light as fire, right? So fire is the byproduct of heat being kindled in fuel, right? And of course, in the presence of oxygen, right? There's oxygen all around us, right? There's oxygen inside of your microwave, right? So now let's look at the word kindle real quick, right? Because we're told not to kindle a fire on the Shabbat, right? You shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day, right? So let's take a look at this word for kindle. It's the word ba'ar, right? And it means to burn, consume, right? It says from H1198 to kindle, i.e., consumed by fire, right? To be to bring, right? Burn, cause to, what's this word right here? Heat, right? So now your microwave, what does it do? It's beginning to heat. So if you begin to heat something, if you begin to burn something, right? That's what's going on, right? So let's look at the microwave. It says microwaves work by using electromagnetic radiation, specifically microwaves, to heat food. This is not ionizing radiation, is absorbed by water, fat, and sugar molecules in food, causing them to vibrate and create heat. You're causing them to create heat when you're using a microwave, which then cooks the food. So that's why you're not supposed to use a microwave on the Shabbat, right? When niggas try to find loopholes and try to skirt around the law, right? It just shows the lack of the fear of the Lord, right? So if you use the microwave on the Sabbath, you are in sin. Stop doing it. Good question. This person's named Jesus Christ. As King James Bible states, Christ's head and his hairs as was white like wool, as white as snow. How do you get Christ as a black man? Okay, cool. So would you like a link? We can put a link in the chat first for you, brother. I'm not sure if you're a brother. Mr. So-called Jesus Christ. Click the link. All right. So let's check this out, right? So the scriptures say that Yahawashi is the express image of the Father. Yahawashi said that if you've seen me, you've seen the Father, right? Because he's the what? Express image, right? So Hebrews chapter 1 and verse 3, it says, let's just start at verse 2, a little bit more context. It says, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, and by whom he also made the worlds, who being the brightness of his glory, in the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, and when he had by himself purged our sin, sat down at the right hand of the majesty on high, right? So the Son is the express image of the Father, right? Let's take a look at Revelation chapter 4 and verse 2. Actually, I'll start from the top. It says, and after this I looked, and behold, a door was opened in heaven. And the first voice which I heard was as it were a trumpet talking with me, which said, come up hither, and I will show thee things which must be hereafter. And immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne. Who's the one sitting on the throne? The Father sitting on the throne. It says, and he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone, right? So let's look at what a sardine stone looks like. Right? This is a jasper, and this is a sardine stone, sardius. It's a dark brown. So the Father looks like a sardine or a jasper stone. The scriptures also say that his hairs are of the pure wool.
That's crazy.
And then it says about Yahawashi, right, in Revelation 1, for silly niggas like this, right? It says that his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned, past tense. Not that they were burning, because Christians like to play that game, right? No, his feet are like fine brass, right? So take a penny. If this, I dare anyone, right? Not today because of the Shabbat, right? Take a penny, right, and put it on, burn it, right, and then take the fire away, right? Once it's going to get darker. So Christ is said. It says that he is his appearance, right? Because he's standing in the midst of a candlestick, right? A menorah, right? He has a garment down to his foot, right? The top of your feet all right, are not the same color as the bottom of your feet. And if he's standing, you can't see the soles of his feet. But guess what? He has on a garment, right? John the Revelator can see him standing, right, with a garment. He has a girdle around his waist, right? And I can see his garment down to his feet. So what? He can see his feet, right? Not only this, right? It's called the revelation. What does it mean to reveal? To show this person. So we're seeing the revelation of who the world calls Jesus Christ, Hamashiach, Yahawashi. It says his feet are like fine brass, as if it burned, past tense, in a furnace. Imbecile. But anyway, let's move on.
That's insane.
No, there's no certain scripture that you must read every morning or every night. Right now, the Shema is in Deuteronomy chapter 6. You don't. It's not a specific scripture that you have to read every day.
It's not required for you to read it.
Yeah.
It is good to keep in mind, though, but it's not required for you to read it.
God, let's see. Some of the people who know you Israelites. Only person class. Let's keep reading these folks. Hey, GSD got so-called Gali. Would you like to come on to to the stream? Like, I would love to have a conversation with you. Listen, I will say there are some evil camps out there, right?
Yeah.
There are some evil camps, and there's some camps that move like cults. But guess what? Every single Christian church is evil. There's not a righteous so-called Christian on the planet Earth. So go kick rocks with chancletas on, my guy. All right. Let's see. I bet you won't click the link. If the trumpets are blown at the last seal, how can they? I'm not understanding your question, Ephraim, Israel. Let's keep going. Brother Ruben, please listen. You said again, I don't agree with every camp, right? Some camps have terrible doctrines, right? There are camps that teach that you can cook on the Sabbath. That's a damnable heresy, right? You're gonna get condemned and put to death for that, right? There are camps that teach all types of madness, right? There are camps that teach that you only have to wear fringes on feast days. I've never read that once in the Bible, right? So I would love for you, sir, to click the link, right? Because just so you know, right, this is a Bible Q&A, but it's also a Who Wants Smoke, right? So if you want smoke, click the link. Don't be a puss, right, behind the keyboard, right, just chatting.
Now, somebody in the comments says niggas say using an air fryer is fine. If using a microwave was...
Using an air fryer is not fucking fine on the Sabbath.
Let's use logic, guys. Come on.
Like, I swear, the Israelite, like when I say the Israelites, I'm talking about so-called black Hispanics, Native Americans. Y'all are some of the most unbearable people on the planet. I don't know how Moses did it. Like, I don't know. Like, Moses did it. Listen, Lord willing, you know what I mean? You get to walk into that kingdom of that number. Listen, whatever Moses wants.
Yeah.
Whatever he could possibly want. You got it, Adawan. Whatever you want. Oh, you need to borrow this heathen for okay, yeah, you got him. Yeah, I mean, send them back whenever you see fit. Whatever you want. Right? Because he had to deal with these niggas for 40 years. Squeaky Clean, click the link. Another racist coward, right? You're the only coward. Click the link, Squeaky Clean, right? First link in the chat for Squeaky Clean, right? Why would I converse with someone with some illiterate loser who refuses to learn real truth? I'm pretty sure we were just reading things off of out of the Bible. So yeah.
Do you know what the word illiterate means? People just saying
It
stuff.
says ban me. No one respects y'all anyway. Okay, cool. So let's go to the Bible. Right? Let's go to the words of Christ, who you believe is the Most High God. Matthew chapter 5 and verse 11. It says, "Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and say all manners of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so persecuted they the prophets which were before you." Thank you. See, here's the thing. I don't need the world to respect me. Right? I don't need, because here's the thing. The masses are not going to get it. Right? The gospel is for the remnants. Right? Yahawashi says that straight is the gate and narrow is the way, and few there be that find it. But broad is the way that leads to destruction, and many there be that find it. Right? So, Squeaky Clean, you're on the path of that wide gate. Right? You're on the highway to hell. So I don't care what you think. Right? Click the link and stop being a coward. Right? And let's have a conversation.
Yeah, here's a question in the chat that I could answer. Is there a HOB in LA? There could be if you want to start it.
Actually, let me get the link real quick. So let me go to Drive. Right. So yeah, we're going to be releasing our coursework very, very soon here. We should be wrapping it up soon. All right. So copy this link. Give me a second. Boom. Boom. So if you go to our page, our Instagram, right? If you go to our Instagram, there are several links in our bio, right? So this right here, this link that I just put in here is the prospect intake link for brothers who are looking to join House of Bread, right? I'm also about to post in the chat the House of Bread Sisterhood intake link, right? So yeah, click the link, right? Fill out that form, and we can we'll be in contact with you. All right. Let's go on. Let's see any more. Can you give insight to Leviathan? Is this a supreme marine animal or is it an allegory? Leviathan is an actual creature, right? When you read Second Esdras, the the 6th chapter, it says that Leviathan is kept to be devoured by whom thou wilt and when, right? So Leviathan is a scaled marine creature that lives in the ocean. So it is but it can also be, depending on the context, Leviathan can be used allegorically. So it depends on the context. Let's see. We don't believe in the hell that so-called Christians believe in, right? The word hell, right, in the scriptures in the Hebrew is the word Sheol, and it's talking about the grave, right? Now, the inner fire, right? Yahawashi is using that as an example to demonstrate to the Jews who he spoke to the Israelites, of a judgment that's going to happen on the earth, where the lake of fire is going to appear, right, on the earth. And evil people are going to be cast into said lake of fire, right? That's not a subterranean place of the dead that we are tormented forever and ever. All right, so now, let's see. Listen. All right, so I'm gonna put another link, right? It's a link that says StreamYard.com and then some numbers. Any Christian, any Hebrew Israelite who wants, or any Muslim that wants smoke, click the link and we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Oh, it's that brother. It's the brother I had a conversation with the other day. So what's up? From your perspective, what's the historical evidence that supports the Exodus story as described in the Bible? Well, there's a plethora of evidence, right? If you look at the excavations of Jericho, right? Literally, what the Bible says happened at Jericho happened, right? There's a burn layer, right? There's evidence of the walls toppling over, right? All in the archaeological excavations at Jericho, right? Not to mention, we have something called the Amarna letters, right? The Amarna letters are a plethora of letters that were found in Tel Amarna, which is between Cairo and Thebes, right? During the 18th dynasty of Egypt, right? And so, in many of the letters, right, there are letters from Canaanite vassal kings, right? So the Canaanites were vassals of the Egyptians, they're Hamitic brothers, right? And they're asking for archers and they're asking for all types of military help because of these bandits who are coming around tearing shit up. That was the Israelites, right? So there's a lot of evidence to support the Exodus. Let's see. Aji, I don't know how long we will be in the wilderness. I have no clue, but it's going to be outside of the land of Israel. Ezekiel 20 says that he will bring us into the wilderness, bring us under the bond of the covenant, plead with us face to face as he did to our fathers, right? So it'll be somewhere in that geographical locale. Um, 046 LKP Trail. Go F yourself. Let's get you up on out of here. Right. Listen, I ain't got time for you or for all you scoffing bitch ass niggas, right? Listen, no one has clicked the link, bro. Not a single one. So I said some camps only wear fringes at camp. Some of your favorite camp leaders, right? Listen, there's a video going to be coming out soon from an encounter we had at the Roots picnic, and this person was a top tier, just D-licker. he was a top tier D-licker, right? Top tier fan, just like a fan ass nigga, right? And he was a fan of the niggas that a lot of y'all are fans of, and the niggas that he's a fan of, them niggas, that nigga only wears fringes to camp, all right? Let's keep going. Let's see. What's that? Our understanding is that the sons of God that saw the daughters of men, that those were the sons of Adam, right? That slept with other men that were on the daughters of other men that were on the earth, right? So just so everyone understands, Adam and Eve were not the first two human beings on the earth, right? They were not. There were other human beings on the earth at that time. right? Adam was chosen from amongst mankind to rule mankind. I clicked the wrong one. All right. Let's see. Yes, PREL, Prel. This is the Q&A. Again, guys, and if you have a question, you can click the link, right? You can click the link and ask the question. If you want smoke, you can click the link, right? All praise to the Most High. Sister Mock's wife. All praise to the Most High.
Praise.
Is the T-Rex real? I don't believe so. Right? Most so-called fossils are not. Like if you go to the Museum of Natural History in DC, that big old T-Rex, that ain't real. So as are locks unlawful? So it's so funny that me and the priest were actually just talking about this the other day at camp. Like literally on Thursday, we were talking about this. Yeah. I don't see any scripture that says that locks are unlawful. The scriptures that have been used in times past to try to prove that have been taken out of context.
Yeah.
So I don't believe so. Now there is I've been looking for evidence of it being of locks having some type of pagan origin. You know what I mean? But as far as I'm concerned, I can't go on a limb and say that dreadlocks are unlawful. Are quails kosher? Of course they are. The Most High God rained down quails for us to eat in the wilderness. King Chronicles. No. Guys, I'm gonna tell you guys something, right? And I know people have taught this in this community. There is no place in the Bible. I would need someone to show me a Bible verse, right? Thus saith the Lord, that gives a woman the right to divorce a man. Because Yahawashi says, let the woman not depart from her husband. And let the husband not put away his wife. The only thing that the only reason why a husband can put his wife away is for fornication, right? According to the word of God, according to Yahawashi. So I don't see a Bible verse where a woman has the right to divorce her husband. You will never hear me give anyone any sister license to divorce her husband. Now, sisters, if you're getting your ass beat, right? Because again, we did a lesson a couple of weeks, about a week or so ago, about domestic violence in the Hebrew Israelite community. It happens, and for far too long, so-called elders and leaders in this community have done nothing about it. I actually just had a sister email me the other day saying that she's been being abused and whatnot, and her camp did nothing about it and whatnot. Like, listen, sisters, if these bitch ass niggas are putting their hands on you, beating you upside the head, doing all types of evil shit like that, leave. Now that's not me telling you to go and get another man. That's not what I'm saying, right? But get to a safe place, right? So, listen, we have to protect our sisters from evil niggas, right? The law of God says, there's a situation in the Torah where if a man, right, hates his wife, and he says that, he found her not a maid, right? Then her parents have to present the tokens of her virginity, right? And let it be known. And guess what has to happen? That nigga has to get his ass beat. Yep. So we beating niggas' asses for calling daughters of Zion whores, essentially, right? You mean to tell me that you evil fucking elders in this community, that you niggas ain't doing shit about sisters getting their ass beat? You know how many stories I done heard? I just talked to a sister about a week or two ago about how the elders of of her congregation did nothing, and she was getting her ass beat. You niggas are sick. You niggas are sick, and this is why people say, "Oh, the Hebrew Israelite community is a cult." A lot of you niggas are moving cults. You're in a cult. There's a lot of Hebrew Israelite camps that are cults. One of them, these niggas literally have shirts that say "cult leaders." Right? I've had sisters from them talking about how they got their asses beat and niggas ain't do nothing about it. You niggas are sick and niggas are evil. And the Most High God's gonna kill you, evil niggas, for the shit that you've been doing and shit that you've been letting slide.
So, like, just to add on to that, right? That Jeremiah 23 that we like to say and use, "Woe to the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep," we like to apply it to a Christian church. That could be applied to niggas in the truth as well. Like the shit that y'all do, like turning away, offending the little ones, and thinking like there's not gonna be any judgment coming behind it. Like Ecclesiastes 8:11 says, man, because sentence against evil works not executed speedily. Niggas think it's okay to do that. That makes a sister or a brother leave the truth and then look back and be like, yeah, they were cult. And now you're in the truth, man. Or why are we being called a cult? Look how you're behaving. Like what other way can you describe it as cultish? You're beating your wives, or you're oppressing your brothers, you're sweeping it under the rug. Like that's cultish behavior. We gotta do better, man.
For sure. So Nicholas Jacob, I haven't found like actual archaeological evidence of that. I've seen it on like websites that are not very reputable about chariot wheels being found on the bottom of the seafloor. I haven't found like the actual archaeological evidence.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't throw that around. So anyone who's inquiring about HOB, again, we are going to be opening up the congregation very, very soon, right? For brothers, listen, if you are the only brother in your area, right, and you want to join House of Bread, like by all means, right, it's going to start with you, right? So I'll just give you a little insight of what we want to do, right? So the priest was saying just the other day how he wants to do some traveling. Right now, as we're talking about, opening it up for brothers to prospect and become members, right? As brothers rank up, let's say, for instance, there's brothers who are in areas where there's only just a couple of them, right? If we can get to those locations, we travel down there, for like a weekend whole camp, help brothers bring it out on the streets, we're going to definitely do that. So if you are the only person in your area and want to join the House of Bread, I just put a new link in the chat, right? It's the House of Bread prospect intake form, right? So just fill that form out and we will be in touch with you. Okay. Would Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob be considered Chaldeans? No. So let's look at the word Chaldean, right? Right. So when we look at the word Chaldean, right? It's the word Kashadium. Kashadium, right? So let's take a look, right? Kashadia, right? Let's go to this one. Kashadiama. Let's go to this one. Kashadia, right? This is the Aramaic one. Let's go to this one, right? So the root word is kashad, right? Kashad, okay? Now, this is right here in Genesis 11 and 28. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. So Ur, or War, right? This is a city, right? In Shinar, right? Where Abraham's from, right? It says of the Chaldees. Now, this is an anachronism, right? Because at the time in which Haran died, the Chaldees did not exist, right? So when we look at this word Kashadia, right, or Kashadiyama, right, it goes back patronymically from H 3777. Kashad or Kesed, right? So who is Kesed? Fourth son of Nahor, the nephew of Abraham. So Abraham cannot be a Chaldean or a Kashadium, right? Because that's his. Because to be a Kashadium, right, that means that you are a descendant of the man named Kesed, right? Abraham's not a descendant of Kesed, nor is Jacob, nor is Isaac, right? Nor is Nahor, nor is Terah or Haran, right? The Chaldeans descend from the man named Kesed, right? All right. This is one of the sons of Nahor through Milcah, right? So if you go to Genesis 22 and 22, right? Actually starting in verse 20, it says, and it came to pass after these things, it was told Abraham, saying, behold, Milcah, right? She hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor. Nahor was the baby brother, right? Huz, his firstborn, and Buz, his firstborn, and Kemuel, the father of Aram, and Kesed, right? This is where we get the phrase Kashadium, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidlaph, and Bethuel. So Bethuel, right, is the father of who? Of Laban, right? Bethuel begat Rebekah, right? These 8 did bear Nahor, Abraham's brother, right? So Bethuel is the father of Laban and Rebekah, right? Bethuel's brother is Kesed, right? So not Rachel, Rebecca, right? Kesed is her uncle, right? The Chaldeans would be her cousins, right? The Chaldeans will also be Isaac's cousins, right? And of course, so the Chaldeans are our cousins. They're Hebrews. They descend from Eber, right? Through Kesed, through Nahor, through Terah, right? Going back to Eber. To be a Hebrew means that you are a descendant of the man named Eber. Okay, so no. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob would not be considered Chaldeans. All praise to the Most High, right? Listen, that's a great point, right? So Hamashiach Yahawashi says, let your light so shine before men so that men may give glory to your Father in heaven, right? What is our light, right? The law is our light. Proverbs 16:23, for the commandment is a lamp and the law is light, for reproofs of instructions are the way of life, right? So us wearing fringes, right? It's the way of life, right? I mean, got my fringes, right? You got your Z. These are Z. These are not. These are Z. These are not Z. These are Gedalium, right? So when this is part of the law. This is our light. So when we're walking around and we have these on, right? People saying, what's those? I like that, right? A lot of times now in fashion, we see like sisters, they be having shirts that be fringed, right? And jackets that be fringed and pants that be fringed. And they don't even know that. Guess what? That's actually commanded in the law. When we was at the Roots picnic, there was a sister, she had on, she literally had like fringes that we would buy and sew onto our shirt. She had it on her jacket. I was like, yo, sis, like, do you know that's in the Bible? Like, you see how we all got these on? Right? This is something that God commanded us. We're the children of Israel. Like, so you're able to plant that seed, right? One man planted, another man watered, but Yahweh will give the increase. So very important. This is why I can't stand when niggas say, oh, you don't gotta wear fringes. It's like, so you tell me I don't have to keep God's law. I don't have to live by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of God. Niggas like yours was keeping us in captivity, right? So let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of smoke on TikTok. I don't know how to use TikTok. Right? I don't know how to use it, bro. I don't. Listen, I save videos on IG and on TikTok for me to do responses to. Because Christians just be saying the dumbest things imaginable, right? Especially on TikTok. listen, we don't have a government where we can put niggas to death, right? Where we can execute judgment. So again, you're not going to hear from me, right? I'm not going to give anyone a license to sin. I do not see a single Bible verse, right? I don't see a law where a woman has a right to leave her husband, right? I actually see the opposite of that. Yahawashi says, let the woman not depart from her husband, right? And it goes, and Paul also reiterates that, and if she does depart, let her remain unmarried. Why? Because the scripture tells us to not add sin unto sin. You're already sinning for leaving, right? So if you leave and then go get with another nigga, now you're committing a sin unto death if you go and lay with another man.
Yeah.
So, no. Patty, let's put you in timeout. Right, shooters. If you see niggas saying stupid stuff, like, clip these guys. Yeah, the word for burnt offering. So in the Greek is Holocaust. So yeah, Jephthah did sacrifice his daughter. Okay, we got the brother. Let me go. Let's go into TriCam. Brother Quadazar, what's good with you, King? Shalawam, bro.
Yo, Shalawam, Shalawam, y'all.
Shalom.
What's been up with y'all, man? Y'all doing all right?
Can't complain, King. Can't complain. How you been?
Hanging in there, man. Hanging in there, trying to endure, Just, yeah, the Shabbat done started here, so, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Since nobody decided to click the link, I guess. Just had a couple quick questions, just real quick. So about us entering into the kingdom, Lord willing, all three of us be at that number, you know what I'm saying, Lord willing. Once the kingdom is established, about us, Adam in the garden or whatnot, and the proto-Canaanites being, the serpents or whatnot, and pretty much Adam representing, his lineage, being pretty much the proto-Israelites, right? I guess you could say that. And dealing with how we're under the curses right now, and how Adam was pretty much cursed by the Heavenly Father, saying that you would have to till the ground, basically working for everything that you have, and ultimately when we get in the kingdom, the curse is being lifted. Would that also be lifted as well, as far as, us not having to work for everything?
Yeah, for sure. Like, so let's go to Isaiah. What's that? 60.
The forces of the Gentiles.
Yeah. That's what I should start. Read verse 4, right? Because we know us being a light to the Gentiles, right? We're gonna be a light to the Gentiles. Why? Because the law is our light. We're gonna show the Gentiles how to live, right? Now that does not mean that they're not getting belt to ass, right? That does not mean that they're not getting a rod of iron cracked upon their skull top, right? So the heathen are going to get, again, belt to ass, right? And they're going to be forced to build up our walls and whatnot. So let's read from verse 4, Isaiah 60.
This book Isaiah chapter 60, verse 4. Lift up thine eyes round about and see. All they gather themselves together. They come to thee. Thy son shall come from afar, and thy daughter shall be nursed at thy side. Then shalt thou see and flow together, and thine heart shall fear and be enlarged. Because the abundance of the sea shall be converted unto thee, and the forces of the Gentiles shall come unto thee.
So the riches of the Gentiles are going to come unto us. Read on.
The multitude of camels shall cover thee. The dromedaries of Midian and the ephah all day from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and incense, and they shall shew forth the praises of the Lord. Verse 7. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together unto thee. The rams of Nebaioth shall minister unto thee. They shall come up with acceptance on my altar, and I will glorify the house of my glory.
Right? So again, we're going to be getting their resources. Even like, for instance, 2 Chronicles 7:14 says, if my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Right? So our land will get healed. Even I think about Ezekiel 36. Of course, we see here it says that the mountains of Israel, right? They're being prophesied to by Ezekiel because the heathen, right, the Edomites, they have taken the land into their possession, right? It says they become a prey and derision to the residue of the heathen that are round about. So I'm going to verse 6. It says, prophesy therefore concerning the land of Israel, and say unto the mountains and unto the hills and unto the rivers and unto the valleys, thus saith the Lord YAHAWAH. Behold, I have spoken in my jealousy and in my fury, because ye have borne the shame of the heathen. Therefore, thus saith the Lord YAHAWAH, I have lifted up my hand, surely the heathen that are round about you, they shall bear their shame. But ye, O mountains of Israel, shall shoot forth your branches. Right? So if, of course, this is imagery, right? But it's true in how it's going to be fulfilled. If branches are shooting forth, that means that the land is being fruitful now. Right? It says, but ye, O mountains of Israel, shall shoot forth your branches and yield your fruit to my people of Israel, for they are at hand to come. So when we look at Ezekiel 36, it says that the land of Israel will be inhabited by the Edomites, right, at the time when the children of Israel are at hand to come back, right, and that the land will shoot forth its branches and yield its fruit unto us, right. It goes on to say, for behold, I am for you, and will turn unto you, and ye shall be tilled and sown. And I will multiply men upon you, upon the land, all the house of Israel, even all of it, and the cities shall be inhabited, and the waste shall be builded. I will multiply upon you man and beast, and they shall increase and bring fruit. And I will settle you after your old estates, and will do better unto you. The Most High God brought us into a land flowing with milk and honey. He's going to do the land even better, as he's saying right here. Unto you then at your beginnings, and ye shall know that I am YAHAWAH, and I will cause men to walk upon you, even my people Israel, and they shall possess thee, and thou shalt be their inheritance, and thou shalt no more henceforth bereave them of men. Meaning we're not going to get kicked out of the land, right? Thus saith the Lord YAHAWAH, because they say unto you, thou land devourest up men, and hast to bereave thy nations, therefore shalt thou devour men no more. Neither bereave thy nations anymore, said the Lord YAHAWAH. Neither will I cause men to hear in the shame of the heathen anymore. Right? The heathen are not going to be having control over our land. Neither shalt thou bear the reproach of the people anymore. Neither shalt thou cause thy nations to fall anymore, said the Lord YAHAWAH. So, yeah, the land's going to get replenished and again flow with milk and honey.
God. Also, I thought about this as well too. Like even upon us, that curse being lifted off of us. Even our women got cursed too, as far as Eve not being, her having birth.
Well set hair, baldness. Yeah, Isaiah 3 kind.
Yeah. No.
Even like for instance, there's a scripture in Paul he says that they shall be saved in childbearing, right?
Yeah.
So think about when a woman gives birth, she's in pain, right?
Right.
She's crying, she's in tears. So when we're delivered, I can't find it. Is it one word? Childbearing. Yeah. 1 Timothy 2 and I'm gonna start at verse 14. It says, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in transgression. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. Meaning when the kingdom is established, right? Now, of course, we have to do things in order to inherit the kingdom, right? When a sister inherits the kingdom, right, she's going to get that glorified body, right? We're going to be restored, right? We're going to be beautified, right? And she's going to be saved in childbearing, meaning she's not going to have pain and giving birth to children. That's why we're going to be so fruitful and multiply. right? He's just gonna be popping them bad boys out. All praise to the Most High.
God, indeed, all praises, man. Speaking of that, how many months you got left, man, until the little cub was born?
Yeah, man, we just hit 6 months, so we're due September 17th, man. All praise to the Most High, bro. I can't listen. Every day I'm like, I'm in awe, bro. I can't believe it.
Yeah. I thought you were never gonna have kids until the kingdom came, man. I was like, oh, okay.
Listen, bro. Listen. Let us tell you. Like, listen, we don't have no kids in the kingdom. They said you want to hear God laugh, telling you plans. So,
yeah,
you know what I mean. His name is evidence of Yahawah prevailing. That's what his name means. Yahawah has prevailed. So, all praise to the Most High, man.
Indeed. Another thing, real quick before I get off, man. You know, I don't want to take too much of your time, bro.
Okay.
One time I had asked a deacon, you know, as far as you know, when Yahawashi after his death and his burial and resurrection after he resurrected, and he went to comfort the disciples. He said, "Peace be unto you." And I asked him, was he really saying Shalawam? And I had looked into, I was reading Judges 6, the book of Judges, right? And when the Most High appeared to Gideon, he had said, was it Judges 6:23, where he says, and Yahweh said unto him, "Peace be unto thee. Fear not, thou shalt not die."
Is it 6:26?
6:23.
Okay.
Yeah. When you look at that, and I looked into the Hebrew, of course, for that word peace is Shalawam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's like, then you
Shalawam Lakah.
Yeah, Shalawam Lakah, yeah. And I looked at was it John 20:19, where Yahawashi first appeared unto them and said, "Peace be unto you." I looked in the Greek, that word is, what is it? Irene, and the Hebrew equivalent of it is Shalawam.
Oh, yeah.
So he said Shalawam to him. You know what I'm saying? That just shows you that that's the actual greeting. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to,
Sean. Yeah. So I brought this out before. You know what I mean? Like, people like to use the phrase shalom. Shalom. Right, actually, just so people understand, right? When you're saying shalom to someone, you're not using proper Hebrew, right? So if you look at the word for peace, right? Conic, right? Let's do exact match. Boom. Right. So boom. Right. We have Shalawam. And we have Shalom. Right. So when you greet someone, right? When you greet someone, that word is, what part of speech is it? It's not a verb. Hello is not a verb. Good morning is not a verb. Right? Good morning is a noun and an adjective. Right? Hello is not a verb. Right? So the word shalom, right? It means to pay, to recompense, to reward, to restore. Right? That's a verb, right? When we see it as a noun, right, we see this right here, Strong's 8002, right? And it means a peace offering. It's a peace offering. Peace offering, no, that's improper. You would not use that as a phrase, right? Let's look at the other one. This one right here. This is Aramaic, right? Corresponding to 879.65, right? So we see it used here. You guys speaking Aramaic, right? No, this is we're Hebrew Israelites, not Aramaic Israelites, right? So Shalawam is the proper greeting, not Shalom. Shalom is actually more proper than Shalom, because Shalom is just a different vocalization of the word Shalawam. The Wah character, right? In either the Mentions Lecciones or even the Tiberian vocalization, right? The Nakul, right? They use the Wah to make a O sound, right? So Shalawam is the proper greeting, right? Even, let's see, for instance, so like when you do a greeting is known as a salutation, right? When you come into the room, you see a bunch of brothers, right? And you salute them, right? Let's look at how this is used, right? So, boom. Judges 18 and 15. It says, and they turned to the word and came to the house of the young men, the Levite, even unto the house of Micah, and saluted him. Saluted him. What's this word? Shalawam. Right? 1 Samuel 10 and 4, and they will salute thee and give thee 2 loaves of bread, which thou shalt receive in their hands. Right? That word for salute, they will salute. Shalawam. Right? So shalawam is the word that's used to greet someone, not shalom. I honestly hate when niggas say shalom to me. It really boils. It boils my blood. Stop saying that.
Yeah,
But that was a great that was a cold one, bro. The one in Judges.
yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh man, it's powerful right there.
That's at Judges 6 and 23. You said,
God,
yeah, that was a good one. The Lord said unto him, "Peace be unto you." Listen, if y'all not disagreeing with me, y'all disagreeing with Yahawah.
Exactly at this point,
Because it says, "YAHAWAH, laYAHAWAH, Shalawam laka," not Shalom. Like, what are we talking about? But
you even see that in Numbers 6 and 24 when Moses gave the command for Aaron to bless the children of Israel. You even see that in there. You see Shalawam there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
All praises.
Other than that, man, you know what I'm saying? Love y'all brothers, man. Shalawam, Yabaraka, Yahweh, Basham, Yahawashi.
Love you too, King. Barakath, Yahawashi, Shalawam. That's my brother right there, man. Let's see where we at. So yeah, guys, questions, hit your questions. Y'all can hit the link. Let me put in the first link in the chat. Where are all the scoffers? Where are all the scoffers and the niggas who want the smoke? Is there? I see. Let me get caught up here. Someone said, "Will everyone speak Hebrew in the kingdom, or will the heathen keep their languages, and we will speak in tongues to them?" I actually don't know. I would surmise that. Oh, no, Scripture say that he was throwing to us a pure language, right?
Yeah.
I would say that kind of. I would surmise my hypothesis would be that the same way English and like French are like universal languages in the world, Spanish as well, right? That Hebrew would be like the lingua franca.
Yep.
Right. And other peoples may have their local dialects or their different languages. And I'm sure we'll have the ability to understand what the hell they talk about. And in no way we're going to have control over these people and not understand what they talk about.
Yeah, like they're going to be sneak dissing us or something like that.
Yeah.
Like how they, like in other countries, like third world countries, like English is a language that they have to learn in school to be able to. I would think that's how Hebrew is. Like if they're doing commerce or anything like that, they have to learn Hebrew.
Listen, I'm a beat whatever language out of my heathens. Listen, hey, shut all that Hamite shit up.
I don't want to hear that shit on my plantation, man.
I don't want to hear none of that. I don't want to hear none of that Hamite shit. All right.
Listen, they did that to us, man. Listen. That was a good question. Any other question?
Adrian H. I shouldn't be a teacher. Okay, cool. Can you come demonstrate how I should not be a teacher? Because obviously the Most High God doesn't agree with you because I'm a teacher.
Adrian H. Do you by chance teach anywhere?
Yeah, I would love to know. Where's your ministry? Where's your fruits? Let's see. Will there be real horses in the day of Ezekiel 39? How can we prove that actual tanks will be multiple? I don't like.
Huh?
Ezekiel 39 is talking about Gog and Magog and warfare. It's not gonna be literal horses, brother. No one uses literal horses in warfare now. You have to understand that the Bible was written, right? Like Ezekiel lived during the Babylonian captivity. So during that time, what the great armies had? They had horsemen, right, and chariots. If you didn't have horses and chariots, right, you wasn't winning no wars, right? So it's a future prophecy for obviously even future of today. It's not gonna be actual horses on the battlefield. Yeah, because like for instance, Zechariah 8:23 says that Zechariah 8:23. It says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, in those days shall it come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all languages of the nation. So the nations are still going to have their languages, right? Even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is a Jew, saying, we will go with you, for we have heard that God is with you, right? So they're going to have their own languages. We're going to have to be able to understand them.
Yeah.
Yashar, brother Yashar, re-ask your question, King.
I see his question in the chat before, so let me read it out. It says, no smoke, just wondering, a microwave comment. Wouldn't be using electricity on a Shabbat considered conducting business, aka buying or selling anyway, like using electricity or being charged for it?
I think that you're being
too hyper little in the sense
yeah,
that
you're being a little myopic. I would say no, because like it's just automatic. Like you don't.
Yeah, it's not.
You're not getting
It's
charged on a daily
yeah.
basis, right? You're not purchasing on a daily basis, right?
Yeah.
So you have I like literally my job. I look at electric bills every day.
Yeah.
Right? So your electric bill has a start reading date and an end reading date, right? You have a bill date and you have a bill due by date, right?
Yeah.
It's not like you're saying, "Hey, Mr. Esau, here's some money for this electricity." No, I wouldn't look at that
Just
way.
cut it off for this day. Yeah, it's not. You're not able to do that. So it's not. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, for instance, like fire is already kindled. So like like for instance, your refrigerator is plugged in.
Yeah.
Like that electricity is flowing. Someone asked, why did Apostle Tahar state that Vladimir Putin is an Israelite and the prophet? Because Elder Apostle Tahar is losing his goddamn fucking marbles. That's why. Elder Apostle Tahar lost it a very long time ago, right? Elder Apostle Tahar needs to retire, right? Needs to get off YouTube, right? And GMS, they need to get this shit together. Them niggas are a mess. I don't know why Elder said that. I love the brother. I love the elder, right? But he's a wild guy, right? All
And
right.
here's one thing, so I want to add to before we move on to that. Like, there's a lot of Israelites going to other camps to ask why this camp did this. We have specific doctrines that we teach. We don't know why they teach that doctrine. Otherwise, like, it doesn't make sense for you to come ask me why this man is doing something. Yeah. Obviously, we know it's off. We're going to address that. But for you to come ask me as if I understand the rhyme or reasoning to why that brother's teaching what he's teaching, it doesn't make sense. Go ask that brother why he's doing that.
Yeah. Like, as prophecy is showing us, the signs are leading that Vladdy boy is the chief prince of Meshech, right? He currently is the chief prince of Meshech, right? Yeah. Will he be the chief prince of Meshech that will fulfill Ezekiel 38 and Ezekiel 39? Only time will tell, right? So how the hell could that individual be an Israelite? Right? I saw Deacon actually. I don't know if he did he went live today about it. Actually, let me check. Oh man, Deacon is funny, man. That's my guy, man. Shout out to Deacon, man. Let me see.
Vladimir Putin is an Israelite.
Yeah. Deacon's actually going into it tomorrow. The title is Proof Apostle Tahar Has Lost His Mind. Like, Elder Tahar been lost. When the nigga started teaching that you can grape, right? The nigga lost his mind.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So it says, if you become unclean, is it a sin not to wash your clothes and bathe your skin before the sun goes down?
Interesting.
Let the priest take a look at that. We got someone here. Hold on. We got Ash. So whoever Ash is, I'm not sure if this is you who has the question highlighted. In order for me to bring you on, you have to connect your mic and cam before we can add you to the stream. So try leaving and coming back. Yes, talking about priest. Listen, he's Deacon God of me, all right. Okay, that's my guy. That's a funny guy, man. I tell you that. Yeah. Apparently, this is recent. Like Deacon is going live tomorrow at 6 p.m. The title is "Proof Apostle Bahar Has Lost His Mind." All right. So just so everyone knows, being unclean is not a sin because even Yahawashi was unclean, right? And there's different levels of uncleanness.
Yeah, so there's different levels of uncleanness, and depending on the circumstances, it could be a sin. Like, for example, Leviticus 17 and 16. If you touch a carcass and then you stay unclean, then it becomes your iniquity, as it says in verse 16. But for other instances, it doesn't say if it becomes a sin past that point. But I know for that instance, past that point, if you're still unclean, then it becomes iniquity. You bear the iniquity.
Yeah,
I wouldn't advise you to do that.
Yeah, I'm looking right here. So like Leviticus 14, if I'm not mistaken, Leviticus 14 is going into leprosy of a home.
Yes.
Let's see, actually, let me take a look because it says he that is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes and shave off all. So this is for a leper, right?
Yeah.
A leper says, and if he is to be cleansed, shall wash his clothes and shave off all his hair and wash himself in water that he may be clean. And after that, he shall come into the camp and shall tarry abroad out of his tent 7 days. So yeah, if he doesn't, then he is.
And that's a sin because he's going against the command.
Yeah. It says, "Whosoever toucheth his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until evening." So you have to wash yourself, and even after you wash yourself, you're unclean ritualistically, right? So yeah, it would be a sin. That was a good question. So Ash, I'm not sure if you're on your phone or not. If you're on your phone, you have to use Safari. Right, you have to use the Safari browser if you're on an iPhone. I'm not sure about Androids. I don't deal with them teams. On a Mac, yeah. So you have a webcam. So when you click on, you have to hit there's going to be a pop-up that says allow access to your mic and cam. You have to click yes. Yeah. Any more questions? Where's the smoke? That was a good question, Ash. If there's any questions that I missed. Man. Let me tell you something, bro. It's like the Shabbat. I just get tired of it. Like, and that's how I know the Shabbat's not Friday to Saturday. It's just not. Right?
People ain't ready to have that conversation yet, man.
I'm just not naturally tired on Friday. Just because not if the Shabbat falls on a Friday or Saturday, then yeah, like I'm just naturally tired, you know.
Any other questions?
Let's wait to see if the brother Ash comes on. I'm going to see if there's any questions I missed. Yeah, Ash, you still have not Yeah, I can't bring you on because you don't have a mic or a camera. Right? So why does Hosea buy a prostitute in Hosea 3? He doesn't buy. Let's see here saying that he bought one. The Most High told him to marry the daughter of.
Yeah.
So who was a whore? So let's go to Hosea chapter 1. Hosea, because it's Gomer, right? Hosea 1. I wonder what Gomer means, right? So the word of Yahawah that came unto Hosea, the son of Be'eri, in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, Hezekiah, kings of Judah, in the days of Jeroboam, the son of Joash, the king of Israel. The beginning of the word of Yahawah by Hosea, and Yahawah said to Hosea, go, take unto thee a wife of whoredoms. All right, let's look at this word for whoredoms. Zanawanyam, adultery, fornication, right? Whoredom. Let's see. She's a child about whoredom. Boom, yeah, like even right here with Tamar. Tamar she wasn't a whore, but she dressed as a whore, right? And beguiled Judah into sleeping with her because Judah, didn't do what he's supposed to do and give him his youngest son to her. The thing is, Judah shouldn't have made that pledge in the first place because our father told us not to marry the Canaanites. Right now, in the situation with Dinah, right? Dinah had already got laid with Shechem, right? And look at Levi over there, pissed off. Look at Levi over there, pissed off. You see? So yeah, the Lord told him to marry a wife of whoredoms and children of whoredoms, for the land have committed great whoredom departing from Yahawah. So when we worship other gods, we're committing spiritual fornication, right? So the Most High put the prophets to a lot of stuff. If I'm not mistaken, it was that Isaiah was walking around in his underwear for years.
Mm-hmm.
Ezekiel had to lay on his side for like 300 plus days, something crazy.
Yeah.
Ezekiel was told to eat doodle cakes as a symbol of us eating defiled bread amongst the Gentiles, right? Jeremiah was thrown in a pit a bunch of times, was put in prison a bunch of times as a young bull. Daniel was thrown in a lion's den. I ain't gonna lie, of the four, I would say that Daniel got it. Daniel had he had the best. All right.
He had it lighter.
He had the lighter. He had the lighter, bro. That nigga got thrown in the lion's den, but the Lord took care of him.
Just chilling. Yeah. Fed him. Got some peace and quiet.
Yeah. Daniel had the best. Isaiah had to go. Listen.
The Lord had a mercy on Daniel, man.
Listen, Ezekiel, the Lord killed his wife and told him, you better not cry.
You better get to camp, little nigga. He did it too.
Listen, well, here's the thing. Ezekiel was a priest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the priests are told, listen, the Lord killed in Leviticus, between Leviticus 9 and Leviticus 10, the Lord killed Aaron's sons, and he told him, Eleazar and Ithamar, and said, listen, don't cry. Don't rend your clothes, don't uncover your head, right? Continue to do the service of the Lord.
Yeah. Stay on focus.
Yeah, listen, man.
Stay on focus. The nigga, come on, y'all.
The prophets had to do a lot of stuff, right? So Hosea was told, listen, go marry this whore, right? The Lord did that to show, listen, this is how I feel.
Yep.
So, when we keep reading in Hosea, if I'm not mistaken, by the time you get to 3, right? Right, even Hosea 2 says, say ye unto your brother Ami and your sisters Rumah, plead with your mother, plead, for she is not my wife, neither am I her husband? Let her therefore put away her whoredoms out of her sight and her adulteries from between her breasts. Lest I strip her naked and set her as in the day that she was born, and make her as a wilderness, and set her like the dry land, and slay her with thirst. Right. So this is all a sign for what Israel was doing, because because it says, if you go to Hosea 1, right, it says that he prophesied during the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz. Ahaz was one of the worst niggas.
Hezekiah.
Right. And then after Hezekiah was a relatively righteous king, right? Of course, he wasn't perfect, right? Because you know what I mean, he actually got sick. The Lord was going to kill him, and he prayed, and the Lord gave him I think what was it, 14 more years? Was it? Right.
Yeah.
And then his son Manasseh ruled for 52 years and did worse than Ahaz, right? So if y'all watched, let me find it. If y'all watched my the video I did on smoking weed, we go into the hell? This is tripping. Let's go. All right, boom. Sure. Went into how smoking weed is witchcraft and sorcery, right? So we went into Manasseh, and all the stuff that he did. So he after Hezekiah tore down all the high places that Ahaz built up, Manasseh said, put them right back up, right? Yeah. And he did all manners of evil. All manners of evil, burning children unto other gods, right? All of that worship of other gods, that's us committing adultery, us committing whoredom against the Heavenly Father. So can you make babies on the Shabbat? It's not unlawful to have sex on the Sabbath.
Things can't be real.
All right, looks like we got the brother Ash. What's going on, brother? Finally figured it out, huh?
Sorry.
How you doing, Kane?
Yeah, what's going on? Shalawam.
Shalawam.
So yeah, the question I was asking about cleanliness, if you touch a woman, if you touch a carcass of a pig, the whole line of things you unclean. And so as I'm within the law, I keep coming into.
You sound far, and you sound like real far from your mic.
I do.
Yeah. And Sister Chantel, yes, sisters can ask questions.
You sound muffled, and it feels like there's a.
Hold on, wait. Let me set that on. I sound better now?
Yeah. You have the YouTube off.
Yeah, I just took the YouTube. I had the YouTube on as well, so sorry.
Yeah.
You can hear me now? I'm good?
Yeah, we hear you a lot better.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so just in studying the law, I always see, when you touch a girl and she's on her period, or you touch a dead carcass of an unclean animal, the law seems as though it says, if that happens, that you have to cleanse your skin and wash your clothes before the sun goes down. So like I'm now, and I'm dealing with the public a lot. So, say if I'm giving brothers that, right, and they might have had sex the night before and they didn't wash or anything like that, wouldn't that render me unclean?
Yeah.
Okay. So
listen, we're on an unclean generation. Listen, you get on a bus, right? A sister could be on her menstrual on the bus. You unclean. So listen, take showers every day.
Yeah.
That's it then, right? I mean, specifically, take showers and wash your clothes before the sun goes down.
Yeah, like I want to like.
You could do that, yeah. There's wisdom in that, yeah.
Okay.
You could do that, like.
If I was going,
your water bill gonna be through the roof.
Yeah.
Your electric bill gonna be through the roof if you wash your clothes every damn day. You know what I mean?
Since I'm in the Caribbean right now, right, and since 2 Passovers ago, I started after reading the law. I started after that Passover. I just kept doing it every day. It wasn't that difficult. Like I get a bucket of water basically, and I'm wearing like a t-shirt and some khakis or whatever. Wash them, whatever. For the sun goes. I've been doing it for 2 years, but it's been straight though. You know, it hasn't been that difficult as I thought.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to know if I'm tripping by doing it. You know?
Nah, I wouldn't say you're tripping.
Yeah.
You're being righteous.
Yeah, you're being proactive. I like that.
Yeah. Trust me, it was
like you have a nigga wash your clothes every goddamn day. Right.
Ariel, last week I was like, man, if you clothes, like I got tired, but then I was like, nah, it's like it's just on my conscience to keep doing it, you know?
Yeah, nah.
I recently went to Africa, and I've been hearing a lot about, you know, in Africa, the dark arts and so forth, stuff they deal with over there, right? So, you know how we always supposed to wear the armor of God and so forth. I had my fringes on, had this, but it was the bathing that I really wanted to be on top of, because I keep hearing about with some of the stuff that they do. You know, the old witchcraft stuff that they could put something on you, or you take this or take that or whatever, and it's just like a level of protection. Washing your clothes and bathing. If that's not going too far.
Yeah. Now, in terms of like someone trying to put a hex on you, witchcraft on you, you know, the scriptures say that no weapon formed against you shall prosper, right? So, I mean, if your ways are if you're keeping the commandments and your ways are pleasing unto the Lord, right, you're protected. Scripture tells us that what's that? Psalms 34:7, that the angel of the Lord encamp around about them that fear Him. So, if you fear the Lord, and you're keeping the commandments, listen, and a witch can't do nothing, right? So.
Y'all made my year, man. Trust me, because I've been talking to so many brothers about this, and everybody just thinks I'm tripping when it comes to the bathing thing. But I read it, and it's like, hey, let me just try to implement it, you know?
That's a good point. Because sometimes, listen, sometimes you may not take a shower before the sun go down.
Yeah.
I said sometimes, like just as you just going through life, you may not take a shower before the sun go down. You might not even be able to. Like sometimes I be at work or whatever. Like for my work, I travel a lot. I got to go to people's homes and I got to meet people and whatnot. So listen, I had an appointment one time. I didn't get out of that appointment till like 8:30. Sun's down, right? And I got an hour plus drive home. So there's no way that I would be able to do that. Just Lord willing, I wasn't. Yeah, I mean, I didn't come across someone that was unclean and whatnot.
Hey, if you could, would you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right. I got another question if y'all don't mind. I hope I'm not taking too much time.
Go ahead, Ken.
All right. So y'all talked about Leviticus 17 earlier, right? And I keep looking at these scriptures. Or there's so many commandments that say that we can't eat carrion. You know what I mean? Food
you can't eat what?
Food that dies of itself and
the carcasses, yeah,
of beef, right? So I'm studying Leviticus 17, and I'm like, is this a contradiction or is it saying something else? Because here, can I read it to y'all or
what verse?
Yeah, sorry, sorry.
Did you just go out?
Yeah, I added back. Go ahead, bro.
I can read it?
Yeah, Leviticus what? 17 and what?
Yes, sorry. 17, 15 through 16.
15 through 16. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And every soul that eateth that which dieth of itself, or that which was formed with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening, and then shall he be clean. But if he wash them not, nor bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity. So I looked over this, and I went to Strong, and that where it says, I'm sorry, hold on a second. I'm sorry, this wasn't the one. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, okay, sorry. So it's as though this looks like a contradiction, and I don't believe this is saying what it says. To me, it sounded more like if you're eating meat, basically, if an animal is killed for use of consumption, that's going to render you unclean. Because a clean animal, when it's killed outside of the temple, would be unclean, right?
Well, so I'm looking at it, it says every soul that eateth that which died of itself, or that is torn with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger. Right? Let me see what this word for a stranger is. Okay, so it could be a sojourner. Okay, it could be a sojourner, right? He shall both wash his clothes and bit. So this is just like you can't eat roadkill, right? If like for instance, like in the Caribbean, like I remember I was watching this is years ago. I remember I was watching IUIC and the Benjamite brother, I forgot his name. I think it's Abiel, not Abiel. Abiel's the brother with the glasses. What's the brother? The Benjamite brother with the beard, he was saying how, you know what I mean, backyard, right? You have a goat on a string or on a tree, and the goat might tell a story about how the goat like ran around the stick and got himself killed himself, like choked himself. Like you couldn't eat that goat. You know what I mean? If you did, then you would be unclean. So you know what I mean? And the thing is, like, honestly, in America, right? There's no way of telling if the animal that you ate, right, was slaughtered or died of itself. Because listen, that's why the scripture tells us with Ezekiel 4 that we will eat defiled bread amongst the Gentiles, right? So, like the YAHAWAH's word will not return unto him void. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure there's all of us have eaten something that died of itself unknowingly. You know what I mean?
Brothers, I apologize. That was not the scripture I wanted to read. I found it. I'm so sorry about that. I had made a note on that, and that looked like that was mercy in the law. Because at the end, it says, that particular one on 17, at the end it said, bear your iniquity, meaning, there's something wrong with what you're doing right now, but I'm going to give you this break if you watch yourself.
You're not supposed to do it, but if you do it, this is the steps you do to clean yourself.
Yeah. That's considered mercy in the law, right?
Yeah. You can call that mercy. Yeah.
Okay. This is the one. It was actually in Leviticus 11. This is the one that I used as a contradiction. It's in Leviticus 11, 39 through 40.
Okay. So then any beast of which ye eat die, he that toucheth the carcass thereof shall be unclean until evening. And he that eateth of the carcass of it shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. He also that beareth the carcass of it shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. So
I looked at the word die there, and that word for die means slave. So in my understanding, it looks as though it's saying if this is an animal that you killed or slayed, right, and that you eat the carcass, you pick it up or whatever, that it's going to render you unclean.
it's talking about die of itself, right? So the word for die is also translated as slay is just Mawath. Like when we say Mawath, blah, 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 we're saying death to Babylon. So, okay, boom. So Leviticus 11, and you said 39. If any beast of which ye may eat, right? Talking about if a goat dies of itself, right? If a sheep, a cow, right, dies of itself, he that toucheth the carcass thereof shall be unclean to eat. Because think about it, if you want your land, right, and you have one of your goats dies, right, you have to dispose of it, right? You got to get it. You got to go bury it. So you're gonna go bury that goat, right? You're not gonna eat of it because if you eat of it now you're sinning, right? Go bury that goat, right? You've had to touch it. Now you're unclean until evening, right? So you go wash yourself, right? And you're unclean. I mean, you're ritually unclean. So like, I wouldn't if I had a goat that died, right, and I picked it up, went and buried it, I wouldn't be able to go to the temple or the tabernacle, right? I would have to wash myself, and I'll be unclean until evening. When the evening comes, well, I'm no longer unclean. I can go to the temple. That's all I'm saying.
So after you like slaughter a goat, right, and say you cover its blood with dust, is that goat even though it's a clean animal, does it become unclean when it's dead?
No, no, because you like if any beast of which you may eat die. Yeah, if it just died, like if it just dies,
Not
right?
if,
Like
not
without
if,
a purpose. If it died with a purpose, then yeah. If it just died without a purpose, then yeah, it's
if
unclean.
that's the case, that means that the Passover will be unclean
Yeah,
because you have to
like any
slaughter the Passover.
sacrifices you give at the altar, that will be unclean because it's dead.
okay. Would that
Any
be
burnt offerings at the temple would then be unclean.
would the temple be an exception?
No,
No,
again,
there's no exception to the rule. So
this is talking about something that dies. It just dies.
Okay.
senselessly. So I was just going into that word for carcass, right? And when you go into it, it's what's it called?
Nabala.
Yeah, and you go into the root word for that word, it means senseless, right? Like without point, like to be senseless, to be foolish, to be regarded as vain. So if an animal dies without a purpose, without a point, like it's just dead, like it was killed without intent behind it, then it becomes unclean for you to touch the carcass, right? But
Yeah,
if it was
look how it's translated. The same word, it's translated as carcass 36 times, dead body 5 times, dieth of itself 4 times, dead of itself 1 time, died by. So it's something that died of itself. It just died. That's what
yeah,
it's talking about.
there was no cause, there was no purpose behind its death.
All right. So between that Leviticus 11 and that 11, Leviticus 17 we read earlier, it didn't feel like it was saying the same thing. But not to beat a dead horse, but all right. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Kind of. Kind of. I'm just still kind of tripped up by the word "die" in Leviticus 11:39 because I think you just explained it already about.
Yeah, so
it looked
so
as
in
though
context like that,
if there's any animal that you have that's basically killed for the use of consumption, that's going to be weird on cooking.
is it just me or does he sound a little far away?
He does. So, like for instance, right? So if you look at we're told to kill the Passover, right? So it says you shall kill the Passover, right? Look at this word. It's shachat, right? So when you kill an animal, it's different than it just dying of itself.
Yeah.
It's mo'ah is a different word, right? So when you slaughter an animal, right? It's not it's not alive, but you're slaughtering it for either sacrificing at the temple or you're slaughtering it for just consume it because we have to eat. You can't eat a live animal. Like I just can't take a bite out of a goddamn goat's neck, right? I have to slaughter it, have to skin it, have to drain the blood, right? Then I have to cook it, right? So yes, that animal's not alive, but it didn't die of itself, right? I slaughtered it. I killed it for the purpose of me consuming it. Understand?
You made a great point earlier about the meat that we eat nowadays because I believe they do all types of craziness with the blood. So basically, almost everything in the public supermarket is defiled. Like we don't know if there were women who had their periods when they were processing the food, or if a guy had sex with his woman and he came and he's packing meat. Like everything has to be unclean. So that's one of the reasons why I just decided to wash things each night. Wash my clothes and body.
Listen, man. Listen. Listen, watching how a lot of this food is processed in America, listen, make a nigga go vegan. Again, I was vegan for almost 2 years. You know what I mean? And I listen, once my young bulls is here, I might go back to being vegan. You know what I mean? So listen, bro. Trust me, listen. There's no way of getting around it. We're eating defiled food amongst the Gentiles, and here's the thing about it: like even the vegetables are defiled. Everything in this place is defiled. You can't get away from it. Like these devils are trying to put. Of course, you got GMOs, but then they're trying to. Right now, they're trying to they're bioengineering microbes in soil, right? That then get absorbed by the plants that are grown in it. Like it, Esau is doing just a lot right now. And again, it's no when you realize that there's no escaping Yahweh's word. You know what I mean? He said that we are going to eat defiled food amongst the Gentiles, and that just is what it is. But yeah, brother. Any other questions, King?
One other question. This might be a little controversial and stuff, but I've always wanted to talk to somebody about this online. I haven't had the opportunity. And if it's too long of a subject, we can exit or whatever, but I don't want to burden y'all or anything. But it's about Sabbath, right? And the actual Sabbath time. Like I noticed, I was reading something that was talking about how the Baptist, the Babylonian Talmud is where the idea came from that night starts in the evening. Well, night starts after sunset. Excuse me. The new day starts after sunset, right? And
You said it's from the where? It's from the what?
the Talmud. That's where it
That's
kind of.
in Genesis.
I'm sorry.
That's in Genesis 1. In the evening, in the morning was the first day. In the evening, in the morning was the second day. In the evening, in the morning was the third day. Like a Hebrew day has always been from
evening to evening.
Sunday, evening to evening.
All right. As I've read the scriptures, like I can't see any way around the evening not ending when the sun goes down, right? For instance, there's a word in I think it's in somewhere in Exodus 16. Um, it's translated as between the two evenings. I don't know if you heard of that, Ariel.
Is what?
It's translated as between the two evenings. I didn't come prepared right now, so I'm sorry about all the stuttering and everything. But I believe during, I think it's the Passover sacrifice, where it said at evening, right? That you should slaughter the lamb. The word was I can't pronounce the Hebrew, but it means it's translated to between the two evenings. Right?
Between the what?
Between the two evenings.
Between two evenings.
The word I rob?
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Like, just to demonstrate, like if you read Judges 14, right? It's a story about Samson and his wife, right? And he has the Philistines. There's a riddle that they have to solve, right? And they have 7 days to solve it, right? And they solve the riddle just in the nick of time, right? So the reverse story says, Samson said unto them, I will now put forth a riddle unto you. You can certainly declare it to me within the 7 days of the feast, and find out. Then I will give you 30 sheets and 30 changes of garments, right? So of course the Philistines get to his woman, right? And they get her to get the answer from him, right? So verse 17 says, she wept before him on the 7 days while the feast lasted, and it came to pass on the 7th day that he told her, right? Again, on the 7th day, right? It says, because she lay sore upon him, and she told the riddle to the children of her people, to the Philistines. And the men of the city said unto him on the 7th day, before the sun went down. So this lets us know that a day ends when the sun goes down, right? So when we're looking at the Passover, I hear people say, "Oh, the Passover is really the 15th," because niggas don't know how to fucking count, right? The first day of the month, which is new moon, the moon comes out at night. Yeah. Last time I checked, right? So the new moon, first day of the month, moon is out, right? The sun rises, it's still day one until that sun goes down, then day two, right? So the Passover is on the 14th. The Feast of Unleavened Bread is on the 15th. So Passover, that's why, for instance, I'll say a house of bread. All right, if you go to House of Bread camp. Let me actually. I'll show you real quick, right?
Yeah, I appreciate y'all having this stream, man. I've never been able to get on one of these, so thank y'all.
No problem, King. All right, so boom. If you look at, it was in the live. It was, here's our Passover recap, right? So if you look at it, right, dismiss. So here we are. This is, I believe right here. This is, I'm gonna just mute it. This is us on. This is the day of. I think this is when we went to go select the lamb on the 10th, right? So on the 10th, we went and selected the lamb, right? Yep, because it wasn't that. Yeah, it was cold that day, right? This is the 10th day of the month. We select the lamb. We separate the lamb, right? We have them separated on the 10th day. This is us coming back on the 13th, right? The 13th, when we come to pick him up, right? And of course, take him to the crib, right? So here we are bringing him into the crib, right? This is on the 13th day, right? Right. We got him outside in the backyard, right? So as you see, the sun's getting down, going down. We're setting up, right? This is the 13th day. Getting ready to enter into the 14th day, right? Getting the fire started and whatnot, right? And then we're waiting for the sun to be fully down, right? So that we're on the 14th day. At even, right? We'll see how I looked up. We're waiting for it. And then we boom, right? I'm not going to show it too much because then we're going to get a strike. But yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it. But go ahead, King.
Yeah, I didn't think we were allowed to sacrifice even Passover right now without the temple.
Let me ask you a question. When was our first? Where did we keep our first Passover?
In the wilderness.
In Egypt.
Yeah, Egypt.
And where did we keep the subsequent 39? In the wilderness.
Oh, in the wilderness. Okay.
So when we're told to keep the first time we're told to keep Passover, we're in Egypt. We're in captivity. So you should be keeping Passover, right? The excuse to not keep Passover because we're not in the land because we don't have a temple is a terrible excuse. Like,
typically the killing of the lamb. That's what I meant.
Well, again, how can you keep Passover without the lamb? It literally says kill the Passover. The lamb is the Passover.
You can't have Passover without the lamb.
Look, it says.
Just realize the point I was trying to make. Sorry.
It says, and ye shall kill the Passover. Right? It says, and then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families and kill the Passover. Right? So, boom. 2 Chronicles 35:6. So kill the Passover and sanctify yourselves and prepare your brethren that ye may do according to the word of Yahawah by the hand of Moses. So we got to keep the Passover, right? You have to kill the Passover.
The Passover is that lamb.
Going back to that evening thing, I remember what I was trying to say now. When I was studying the Day of Atonement, I think a lot of people got the Sabbath idea from the actual Leviticus 23 that talks about the Day of Atonement from evening to evening.
Yes.
And when I was looking at the scripture, like, it looks to me as though it's spread over 2 days.
It's not.
9th, and then you have the 10th.
Let me ask you a question. Do you keep a Friday, Saturday Sabbath?
No.
How do you keep the Sabbath?
12 hours, like from sun up to sundown.
That's not, no, the Sabbath is 1 day, right? So the Sabbath, so we here at House of Bread, we keep the Sabbath in accordance to the lunar phases as the scriptures tell us, right? Sirach 46. Well, first and foremost, Genesis tells us that the sun and the moon and the stars are signs in the heavens, right? Yeah. And when we look at Sirach chapter 43, verse 6, it says this, the moon is the sign of feasts, right? So the new moon is the first Sabbath of a lunar cycle or of a month, right? So the Sabbaths fall. Let me just pull up our calendar real quick. And we're gonna be doing a video on this very soon, right? So go ahead, boom. What the heck?
Hey, y'all, take a look at your time. If anybody else is, want to come on, I appreciate the time. But
now you're cool, King. Let me go ahead and switch. What a blouse and skirt. Oh man, why is this thing tripping? Share. Copy link. Okay, let's do it this way. All right, let me just pull this up. Boom. Okay, God, here we go. All right. Boom. So here's our calendar, right? So new moon is a Sabbath, right? New moon is a Sabbath, and then 7 days later, on the 8th day of the month, is the next Sabbath, right? I'm just going to a regular month, right? Because the first month and the 7th month are special months, right? So here, right now, we are in the 4th month, right? So new moon was last Monday, Tuesday, right? So the new moon came out on a Monday evening. So the Shabbat was Monday to Tuesday, evening to evening. That's a day, right? It's no 12-hour period is not a day, right? And then 7 days later, which is today, right? June 2nd. Today is the Shabbat, right? It's Monday, June 2nd. Sun went down. We're here on the East Coast, where it's the Shabbat, right? And then next Monday will be another Shabbat. And then the following Monday will be another Shabbat. Then you wait for the next new moon, right? And that's it resets, right? So now when it comes to the day of atonement, right? So typically your Shabbats are going to fall on the 1st, 8th, 15th, and 22nd day of a month, right? Which coincides and lines up with our feast days, right? Feast of Unleavened Bread and the Feast of Tabernacles, right? So, right? New moon or Feast of Trumpets is day 1 of the 7th month, right? When we go to Leviticus 23, right, in priest, if you go ahead and pick up at verse 27.
This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 23 and verse 27. Also on the 10th month of this, also on the 10th day of this 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement to make an atonement for you before the Lord your God.
So you don't do any work on the Day of Atonement. Read on. It's on the 10th day. Not to be confused with any other day. It's the 10th day. Read on.
For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, that soul will I destroy from among his people. Verse 31, ye shall do no manner of work, it shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings.
So on the Day of Atonement, you cannot work and you must afflict your soul, right? You don't eat, you don't drink, right? Like it's a Day of Atonement, right? It's on the 10th day, right? Read on.
Verse 32, it shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest.
It shall be a Sabbath of rest. Read on.
And ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at evening, from even unto evening shall you celebrate your Sabbath.
Celebrate your Sabbath, right? So let's break this down, right? So there's 2 words for Sabbath. You have Shabbat and you have Shabbath-wan. A Shabbath-wan is a special Sabbath, right? A special holiday, right? The Shabbath-wans, we're told we can do no servile work, right? Typically, right? No, but for the Day of Atonement, we're told to do no manner of work. Only thing you could do is, of course, you got to make that sacrifice unto the Lord, right? Now, coming back here, right, it says the Day of Atonement is a Sabbath of rest, right? Shabbath-wan, ye shall afflict your souls. And then it goes on to say, in the 9th day of the month, at even, from even to even shall you celebrate your Sabbath, right? When we look at this phraseology here in the Hebrew, right, when we pull it up, right, it says, let me do it forward, right? Let me zoom out a little bit, right? So this also says in the 9th day, right, by the Shai, right, by the Shaiha, right, the 9th day, right, of the month, right, Lakadash, the month, at evening, by Arab, in the evening, from evening, Ma Irab, unto Id Irab, right? So evening to evening, that's how days are, evening to evening, evening to evening, evening to evening, right? It says, you shall celebrate, right? Shabbathwa, right? You shall Sabbath, you shall celebrate, right? Because this word also means to celebrate, right? Shabbathwa, here's the verb. Shabbath come, right? Shabbath come, right? Shabbath is different from Shabbath wan. A Shabbath wan is a special Sabbath, right? A Shabbath, right, is the normal regular Sabbath. So typically, right, in every other month, your Sabbaths are the first, i.e., new moon, then the 8th, then the 15th, then the 22nd day of the month, right? But here in the 7th month, because we have a day of atonement on the 10th day, the Lord's telling us to celebrate our normal Sabbath on the 9th. So what you would do is you would have your Sabbath on the 9th. So your preparation day will be the 8th day, right? You prepare, right? Sun goes down. It's now the 9th day. It's the Shabbat. You're not cooking. You're not cleaning. You're not working. You're not doing none of that, right? Because you have all your food prepared. You want to eat your food. And then why? Because the next day when the sun goes down, it's the Day of Atonement. You're not going to be able to eat, right? Yeah. So when we look here, our calendar, right, I have to make one slight correction, is because this day right here for Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Tabernacles, right? Even the day after, this 22nd day or the 8th day would be a Shabbat farm when you look at the text, right? So now when we go back to Leviticus chapter 23. And that's what we're going to do, a full breakdown of Leviticus 23 very, very soon, right? So, boom. So read verse 33, King.
Now, verse 33, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, the 15th day of this 7th month shall be the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days unto the Lord.
For 7 days, starting on the 15th. So 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. These are the days of the Feast of Tabernacles. 7 days from the 15th to the 21st, right? It says, read on.
7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. On the 8th day shall be an holy convocation unto you.
Uh-huh.
And ye shall offer 36.
Okay, God.
On the 8th day shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein.
No servile work, right? When you see the phrase no servile work, right, that's for Shabbat one, right? So that's why I said I got to make this quick correction, because this is actually a Shabbat one, right? Typically, the 22nd day, right, of the month would be a regular Shabbat, right? But in the 7th month, which is a special month, right, it's coming right after the Feast of Ingathering, the Feast of Tabernacles, which starts on the 15th, right, which is 7 days long. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, right? The 8th day would be the 22nd. That day you do no servile work. So when we look at the Shabbats, right, the Shabbat restrictions are no work, no / business, which includes not buying or selling, no kindling of fires or cooking, right? On the Shabbat wands, right? The Shabbat wands, they're special Sabbaths. All Sabbath restrictions apply to these special Sabbaths, with the exception of cooking / kindling of fire, right? So that's how it is. So Day of Atonement, right, is the 10th day Your normal Sabbath in a regular month would typically be the 1st, 8th, 15th, 22nd. In the 7th month, of course, day 1 is the Feast of Trumpets, right? It's a Shabbat one, right? Day 8 would normally be your Shabbat, but because we have the Day of Atonement on the 10th, we're told to celebrate our Sabbath on the 9th day of the month. So that's the day you don't cook and clean and all the extra shit, all the work, right? That's a Shabbat on the 9th day of that month. So see how we have here? It says pre-atonement Shabbat, right? Instead of it being Friday to Saturday, it's Saturday to Sunday because that's the 9th day, right? That's your pre-atonement Shabbat, which is the 9th day. Then the Day of Atonement is the 10th day, right? The 15th day is the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles, right? Day 7, right? Feast of Tabernacles. Day 22. That's why I said I make this correction. This is also Shabbat one, so you do no serve. You can do no servile work, but you can cook on this day, right? What on the Shabbat ones, we can do what the Lord told us to do for those days. Like for instance, we used to, before we came to this full understanding, right? We would when we cut the Feast of Tabernacles, we would tell brothers to get there early so that they could set up their tent before the sun went down, before starting the Feast of Tabernacles. But you can set up your tent on that day because we're told to. Told to take branches and whatnot and build booths, right? Make a fire unto the Lord, right? A sacrifice unto the Lord. That's what we're told to do on the Feast of Tabernacles, right? So that's how you're supposed to do it. The issue is, really the issue lies in Friday to Saturday is not the Sabbath, right? The Sabbath is a full day. It's not a 12-hour period, right? It's from evening to evening. Understand?
Okay. Ariel, with all due respect and love to you, I'm wondering if there's any way in the world, right, that I don't know what time or whatever. It doesn't have to be public. It could possibly be private. But I would really love to debate you on this with the days. You know what I mean? With when the dates are specifically, not so much the lunar or the or have people just take 7 days consecutively, but on the 12-hour Sabbath and a day starting at sunrise. I would really, really love to. I don't know when you might have time. I don't even know if you're interested in a debate, but I really think that I have a few points that are very, very valid, and I would like to kind of test those points against your knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? It could be just an hour when you have every time, next week, a couple of weeks, whatever you have the time to do. I would really, really appreciate it as your brother just to debate that one point. I don't have everything prepared right now, but it's like I have so many scriptures here. It's just yeah.
Well, listen, bro. Here's my email.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Here's my email. Actually, I'll give you this one. Right? I got it on the screen. Right?
Got you. All right. Yeah, I'll get it. All right. It doesn't have to be public or anything. You can just be, private or whatever you want to do. But I just really wanted to debate, because I think there's some issues, honestly, and I'm trying to say this as humbly as possible, but I think there's a couple of issues that a lot of Israel is not seeing. And I say that with all humility, and I would just like...
It's fine. We can have the conversation. It's not a problem.
Cool. So I'll hit you up on that.
Kind of praises.
Appreciate that. So I think that's kind of it for now, man. I appreciate y'all time so much, man, and thank y'all for the edification.
No problem, King.
Okay, and I'll hit you up. Thanks so much.
No problem, King. Shalawam, Haka. All right. So, Mark 8:35, I did see your question. So he said, I read about an archaeological discovery from the temple site at the ancient Judah near Tel Arad, where they found cannabis residue burned on an altar. Seems it was used in worship. What's your take on that? Oh, I'm glad you asked it, right? I actually did a video on this, right? Let's go to my page again. Right? Did a video on this a few weeks ago, right? So this video right here, right, from a month ago, actually. Smoking weed is idolatry proof from scripture, right? So when this temple at Tel Arad, now we were taught in Sakari that Jerusalem, what everyone knows as Jerusalem, is not Jerusalem. That's what we were taught, right? And we were taught that Tel Arad is Jerusalem, and that the temple at Tel Arad is the temple, right? That's wrong. Okay, Jerusalem, where you got the Dome of the Rock and you got the Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? That is Jerusalem. There's no debating that. It's Jerusalem, right? Israel. What I found over my years that Israelites just regurgitate a lot of times regurgitate stupidity. Right, and I don't even know who to blame, right? But anywhere, right? Jerusalem is Jerusalem. The Temple Mount, right, is under the Dome of the Rock, right? And then you have the Al-Aqsa Mosque also built right there on the mountain, right? Literally in the Dome of the Rock, right? There is a carved rectangle with the same dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant. There's a plethora of archaeological evidence to prove, right? You have the Kidron Valley, right? It's on Mount Moriah. You got the city of David right there. And then Israelites make this talking about like, oh, Jerusalem and city of David is the same thing. Israelites, I need you to stop being stupid. I really do, right? Because, and here's why, right? Cities, like a lot of niggas don't know how cities are built, right? Cities are usually built on top of old cities. Like, for instance, London. You have the older Roman city, and the city of London has been built on top of it. Same thing in Philadelphia. Like, Philadelphia has been built up, right? And cities expand. So, yes, when David took over Jerusalem, right, it was called Jebus because the Jebusites were living there, right? That original place that he gained, right, control over is called the city of David. Of course, the city expands over time as more people move into the city and as we multiply, right? And the temple was built on Mount Moriah. And this, like, here's Mount Moriah, here's the city of David right here. Like, it's there. And Jerusalem expanded over time, right? That's how cities work, right? Now, Tel Arad, to the brother Mark 8:35's question, right? The brother Jesus, right? The Tel Arad temple was a high place that dates back to the time of King Ahaz. And what is Ahaz known for doing? Rearing up high places to other gods. Okay? And when we look at the archaeological evidence about Tel Arad and the temple there, like, for instance, let's take a look at Tel Arad, right? Watch this. So it's this video right here, right here, right? So if we take a look here, right? Tel Arad. Now, they would have you believe, right, that this entire structure is the temple. It's not. It's the city, right? The temple is about over here. If I'm not mistaken, the temple's right over here, right? So they did find there's two altars there, right? You had one altar on the left that frankincense was burnt there, and you had another altar, a smaller altar on the right where cannabis was burnt. And what they did was they mixed it with fat and animal dung, right? So that it slow burned and it burned at a high enough temperature so that marijuana would actually give off the psychoactive effects, right? So what were they worshiping there? They were worshiping other gods, right? They were being soothsayers like the Philistines. So I go into this entire topic, right, in this video to answer your question, Mark 35, 8 and 35. Ruben, what do you mean by that? I'm not sure. I don't understand your question. What do you mean Ahaz saw the nations split? What do you mean by the nations? Did David sin by eating the showbread?
You can make that argument.
Technically, Yahawashi used that as an example. He said, "Did you not hear about what David did when he was hungry and those that were with him, and how he ate the showbread, which was only for the priests?" So technically, yeah, he did that.
Yeah.
This is like when the scriptures say that, and this is why we got to understand, like, that the Bible, everything in the Bible is not the word of God, right? But the word of God is in fact found in the Bible. The Bible says that David only sinned in the man of Uriah.
Yeah.
David numbered Israel. He sinned. David also lied to the high priest.
Yeah.
He told him that Saul sent him on a business. Saul did not send him on business. He dealt falsely with. He died. Listen, what was the priest? And Saul ended up killing the priest. So David did sin. That was another sin. Like, David didn't just commit one sin. David committed multiple sins, right? But he was still a man after the Most High God's own heart, right? So
Technically.
Technically, yeah. How to prove serpent is the proto. That's a full breakdown.
Yeah.
Ephraim, Israel. It's too much to go into that,
That's a lot.
right? But I'll give you a quick answer, right? If you read Wisdom of Solomon 12, Wisdom of Solomon 12, it tells you that the Canaanites were a naughty generation from the beginning, right? It says, verse 3 says, "For it was thy will to destroy by the hands of our fathers both those old inhabitants of thy holy land." Who are the old inhabitants of the holy land? The Canaanites, right? "Whom thou hatest for doing most odious works of witchcraft and wicked sacrifices, and also those merciless murderers of children, devourers of men's flesh, and the feasts of blood with their priests in the midst of their idolatrous crew, and the parents that killed their own hand, killed with their own hands, souls destitute of help." Right? So actually, there's an archaeology channel that I follow. I forget the guy's name, right? But this guy, I think his name is called Luke. His name is Lucas Kramer. He was raised in like Saudi Arabia. I think his father was an archaeologist or whatever. But he's an archaeologist as well. And he did it was a video I was watching. He did a tour of these Canaanite high places that they found in the land of Israel, and they found literally the bones and remains of infants, right? They had found the remains of like a young girl who was sawed in half. Like the Canaanites were evil as all hell, right? It goes on to say, "Nevertheless, even those thou sparest as men, and didst send wise forerunners of thine hosts to destroy them little by little," right? The hosts would be us, the armies, right? It says that thou was unable, that thou was unable to bring the ungodly under the hand of the righteous in battle, or destroy them at once with cruel beasts, or with one rough word, but executing thy judgment upon them little by little. Thou gavest them place of repentance, not being ignorant that they were a naughty generation, and that their malice was bred in them, and that their cogitation would never be changed. For it was a cursed seed from the beginning, right? What is the word beginning? Barakath. Genesis, right? What was the cursed seed from the beginning? The seed of the serpent, right? So this proves that they're Canaanites. Just a quick synopsis, right? So Sister Nazir Yard, right? So in here in my house, right, when my wife is, well, obviously she hasn't, first and most likely she's pregnant, right? But when my wife was on her flowers, right, I wouldn't sleep in the bed with her. I would sleep on the couch. Now, obviously, anything she touches is still unclean, right? Yeah, I don't have it where I have another crib I can go to, right? But that's just my attempt to keep the law, of course, to the best of my ability in that regard. So again, being unclean is not it's not a sin to be unclean, right? Now, it would be a sin for you to deliberately sleep with your wife when she's on her flowers. That's thing. Edomites do that. Right? I remember I had a roommate, not a roommate, a neighbor, my freshman year. Nigga name was, what was his name? Dylan Emmett, right? And he was dating a girl named Kat down the hall, 2 Edomites, and his room was right next to mine. So every time he was, you know what I mean, in his room with his girl, I heard everything, right? And I remember one day I was like, yo, bro, like, every day, like, bro, like, he's like, y'all even do that when she on her period? She said, yeah, bro, like, bro, they love him. I'm like, bro, nigga, what? My nigga's deliberately sleeping with his shorty when she's on her flowers. That's a sin according to Torah. Now, if you run a red light, like, now you're unclean, right? You didn't do it deliberately. You're unclean. All right, you gotta wash yourself. I think you're unclean for 7 days, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, right? But yeah, just here in my house when my wife was on her flowers, I mean, prior to her getting pregnant, you know, I slept on the couch, right? Or I would blow up the air mattress and go sleep in either the living room or basement, right? So, good question. Y'all for life, we're in Philadelphia. All right, so whoever this person is, we're gonna ban you. Like all you scoffing niggas, like y'all can go eat a dick, right? Some nigga gonna say house of filth. I bet your house is filthy. I bet you don't even. I bet you live in your mama's basement. Okay. Let's see. Can you can that be used to apply to wicked people in general, despite them falsely applying? Okay, let's see. So I'm currently in the book of Job, and I'm reading and seeing that Job's friends are falsely accusing Job and applying wickedness to Job due to the affliction he is in, right? And we know, right? And we know that it is the Most High God trying Job. But can the things they say pertaining to a wicked person, man or woman, be true? For example, Job 20 and Job 18 that talks about calamities to the wicked. Okay. Can that be used to apply to wicked people in general, despite them falsely applying to Job? Yeah, like for instance, I think it's one of Job's friends that says that great men are not always wise.
Yeah.
Great men are not always wise. I know a lot of old niggas that are not wise.
Yeah.
Especially in this community. So listen, the clock is right twice a day.
Yeah.
You know? That's what I said. Halal food is unlawful. Don't eat halal food. Sacrifice unto idols, unto an idol. When they slaughter the animal, they say Bismillah, right? Which is
thanks speak to Allah, something like that. Yeah.
Is due source something. Ruben, listen, you can make it yourself, right? It's very easy. What them Arabs cook up in them trucks, right? You can easily make that yourself. It's not hard.
That's what I meant. My other question says Judah's error or conceive. That's a good point.
Alan Hose. I would love to discuss a serious matter of our Israel. Is still following the Greco-Roman narrative that Jesus pre-existing, as well as the doctrinal understanding of John 1 Word of creation. Listen, this is not the Sons of Thunder. Get that bullshit the fuck up on out of here, right? That is the stupidest doctrine ever created, right? It's nonsense, right? And it's not Greco-Roman. Great point, Nicholas Jacobs. Nigga said no. David was a priest, King. David's from the tribe of Judah. The priests are from the tribe of Levi. What are you talking about? Don't piss me off, Alan Hose. What does a son or daughter do if their parent or parents commit a sin unto death? There's nothing you can do.
It's not up to you to bring them onto trial. And plus, we're not in our land.
Yeah, you don't have a government to judge them and to render a judgment per se.
Because a son or daughter can't raise their hand onto their parents. So
that too. Yeah, actually, if you hit your parents, you're supposed to get put to death.
Yeah.
Since Jude is proceeding, says I also meant in my other question, since Judah's heirs were conceived in an assumption that he was buying a prostitute, does that this lead to Judah today having that spirit of pip/trick/home mentality? Hey.
Hey man.
Y'all know hey.
How your daddy got down, man.
Let me tell you, bro.
Oh my God.
Judah a wild bull. He was a wild bull. That was funny. Did Moses know that God wanted him to deliver the Israelites out of Egypt before he killed the Egyptian? I don't believe. No, because he appeared to him in the bush.
And he fled after he did that.
Yeah, so no. Fine, because also didn't say. Yeah, so Mark 8:35. So the Deuteronomy 32:8, right? It says that the Most High separated the sons of God, right? Separated the nations according to the sons of God, right? Also, the Septuagint actually preserves that understanding as well. It is from what I've deduced is that the Masoretes deliberately put that there because they were heathen, they were small hats, because they didn't like the idea of polytheism. And mind you, they're in a world where their enemies are so-called Christians, and Christians are essentially polytheists technically. If you follow Christianity, you're a polytheist. You believe in three gods.
Just inherently, you are.
You believe in three gods that make up one God. That makes no sense. So, yeah, even Deuteronomy chapter 20, it says that the Lord created the sun, the moon, and stars for the heathen to worship. Yeah. So, it's something called the divine council.
Yeah.
Like even when you let's go to Daniel chapter 10. Right? Let's go to Daniel 10. Start at verse 12.
This book of Daniel, chapter 10 and verse 12. Then he said unto me, fear not, Daniel, for from the first day that thou didst set thine heart to understand and to chasten thyself before thy God, thy words were heard, and I came for thy words. But the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days. But lo, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, and I remained there with the kings of Persia.
Now, someone of a baser sort once said that this prince of the kingdom of Persia is the real prince. Now, that makes no sense because Daniel's speaking to an angel right now, right? It says, but the prince of the kingdom, right? This word for prince is shar.
Yeah.
Right? The Hebrew word shar, right? It says, of the kingdom, the Malakawath Paras, right? Let's pull this up, right? it says, let's do the forward, right? So it says the prince Washar Malakwath Paras, right, withstood me, right? 20 in 1 days, right? Below Michael, Mayaka Allah, right? One of the Hasharyam Ra'ashnyam, right? So he's one of the chief or head princes. The angels are called princes. Hence, Jacob, he was wrestling who? An angel. And the angel says, your name is no longer Jacob, but Israel, Yasharahla, for as a prince, thou hast prevailed with God and with man, right? So when we look at the word shar, right, it goes back to the Hebrew verb sharar, right? Goes back to the Hebrew word sharar, which is a verb which means to prevail, right? To rule, to prevail, right? So because as a prince, thou hast prevailed with God and with man, right? So actually, let me go back to that. Let me see. Where are we? Blood clot. Okay, here we go. Sharar. Enemies. That's not the one. See if it's the next one. Or is the one previous? Let's go previous. Boom, boom, boom. Right. So if you go to for Israel, right? So let's look at this, right? It says, LaYAHAWAH, no Yaquab, shall you be called Ya'amar, right? Iwad more. Your name Shamka Kaya Yasharahla Kaya for as a prince, Sharyah, or as a prince, right? Thou has power with God and with man has prevailed, right? So when you even look at, like, for instance, my right, boom, right. So we look at this name Saraiah, right? Which is YAHAWAH or Sharyah, right? It means either Yahweh is ruler or Yahweh has prevailed, right? It means to rule or to prevail, right? So when we look here at Daniel chapter 10, right, it says that Michael is one of the chief princes, Shar Ra'ash, right? It says came to help me. Who did he come to help? The angel. So the prince of the kingdom of Persia is another angel, right? And again, the angels are called the hosts of heaven. The scriptures say in Deuteronomy chapter, 4, verse 20, that we're told not to be driven to worship the hosts of heaven because the Most High God set them up for the heathen to worship, right? So the heathen worship the sun, the moon, and stars. They're worshiping the angels, right? And demons, right? We're told to worship our God Yahweh, right? So let's keep reading Daniel 10.
God. And I remained there with the kings of Persia, verse 14. Now am I come to make thee understand what shall before thy people in the latter days.
Right, now we're going to jump down. So that's the point on that. But then we jump down to verse 20.
God. Verse 20. Then he said,
verse 19.
Verse 19.
Actually, not 18.
Verse 18. Then there came again and touched me one like the appearance of a man, and he strengthened me. Said,
one like the appearance of a man. Now, when Lot met those men, right, in Sodom, right, they appeared to him like men, but they were what? They were angels, right? Read on.
And said, O man, greatly beloved, fear not, Peace be unto thee, be strong, yea, be strong. And when he had spoken unto me, I was strengthened and said, Let my Lord speak, for thou hast strengthened me. Verse 20. Then said he, Knowest thou wherefore I came unto thee? And now I will return to fight with the prince of Persia.
I will now go to fight with the prince of Persia. Right? So the divine council, the angels, they're fighting against the angels and the demons. They're fighting against each other, right? You ever heard the phrase "as is above, so is below"? Yahawashi told, the scripture tells that the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, right? But they're principalities and rulers in high places. Who are these rulers in high places? The shanyam, right? The word shar means prince or ruler, right? The rulers in high places, the angels and demons are in high places in the spiritual realm, right? Yahawashi told Peter that whatsoever you bind on earth shall you be bound in heaven. Yep. Right? Even for instance, I remember I was having a conversation with the brother, my brother, a warrior out down in Orlando. Kahan, remember in the gospel, I believe is when I think it's in Matthew, either Matthew or Luke, where the demons like Yahawashi, like we got more time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So these demons have a certain time, right, to do their demonic things, right? And to, of course, have a hold on who? The children of Israel.
Yep.
Right? Now, because now here's the cold thing, right? Here's where it just starts to get not spooky, but get deep. Yahawashi, we know that Yahawashi is the first man, Adam. Right? And through Adam's fall, through Adam's sin, as one sin entered the world through one, sin was taken from the world through Yahawashi, right? Now, the Yahawashi, again, the scriptures tell us in Colossians 1:15 through 16 that the Most High created Yahawashi, right? He's the firstborn of every creature, right? By whom he made everything else, right? Actually, let's get it real quick, right? We're going to come back to Daniel. Check this. Colossians 1:15. It says, who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature. So he's the first thing created. For by him, or with him, right? The word by or with is the same. Were all things created that are in heaven. What's in heaven? Are the angels not in heaven? Right? And that are in earth, visible and invisible. So what are the visible things? What are the invisible things in heaven? We can't see the angels, right? It says whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers, right? The angels are known as powers. All things were created by him and for him, right? So that when we look here, right, and when we kind of just bring this whole divine council concept in totality, right? Even when we look at Psalm 83, right, it says, "Arise, O God, and judge the earth." That God that's being told to rise is Yahawashi, because when he comes back, he's going to judge the earth. But you got that precept where the angels, where the demons said that?
Okay, let me find that.
Scripture, where demons. Okay, Mark 5 and 8.
Yeah.
Let's go Mark 5 and 8. All right, watch this. Bring it out.
Come. This is the book of Mark. Let me start at verse 7 real quick. Verse 6, like it. But when he saw Yahawashi far off, he ran and worshipped him and cried with a loud voice and said, What have I to do with thee, Yahawashi, thy son of the Most High God? I adjure thee by God that thou torment me not. For he said unto him, Come out of the man, thou unclean spirit. And he asked him, What is thy name? And he answered, My name is Legion, for we are many. And he besought him much that he should not send him away out of the country.
Out of the what?
Out of the country.
Out of the country. Why? Because who's in the country? The Israelites, right? Actually, the one,
Yeah.
let's go to Matthew 8 and 28. Let's go to that one. So Matthew 8 and 28. Watch this. Matthew 8. Yeah.
God. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 8, verse 28. And when he was come to the other side of the country of the Gergesen, there met him two possessed with devils coming out of the tomb, exceeding fierce, so that no man might pass that way. And behold, they cried out, saying, What have we to do with thee, Yahawashi, thou son of God? Art thou come hither to torment us before the time?
Before the what?
Before the time?
Before the time. So Yahawashi, the demons, they have a time, right? So that they can torment our people, right? Are you come to torment us before the time?
Right.
They know they have a time. Satan knows that he had but a time. So when we look at Daniel chapter 10, right? Going back to Daniel chapter 10, he lets Daniel know that I have to go fight the Prince of Persia, right? Let's go back to Daniel 10 and 20. This is I gotta do. Listen, I've been meaning to do a full breakdown on this. Like, I've been talking to Deacon about this too. Like this shit can get deep. Bring it out.
This is the book of Daniel, chapter 10, and verse 20. Then he said, Knowest thou wherefore I come unto thee, and I will return to fight with the prince of Persia. And when I am gone forth, lo, the prince of Greece shall come forth.
Now the prince of Greece. So again, there's a son of God, an angel, right, over all different people. So now the prince of Greece is going to come. But a nigga told us that this prince over Persia is the literal ruler. No, the Persians had their own titles for their rulers, and Shar was not one of them. No. Right? So this prince over the kingdom of it goes and said the kings of Persia, right? The Malachium of Persia, Malachium Paras. It says, right? Let me find the kings. Right, boom. The kings of Persia, Malak. Right, let's take a look. Yeah, Malakia Paras. Right, the kings of Persia. So the king of Persia is not to be confused with the prince over the kingdom of Persia.
Right.
Barakath. Right? Same way it's not to be confused with the prince of Greece. Who's the king of Greece? Alexander. Yeah. Well, at this time, it would have more than likely been his father, right? And Alexander was gearing up to be to become the king himself, right? So let's finish off verse 21.
Verse 21. But I will shew thee that which is noted in the scripture of truth, and there is none that holdeth me with these things, but Michael your prince.
Michael your prince. Now, Daniel is what? Daniel is an Israelite. Michael is the prince that standeth for thy people. Let's go to Daniel chapter 12, verse 1.
God. Daniel chapter 12, verse 1. And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of thy people. There shall be a time of trouble, which as never was since there was a nation, even to the same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book. Keep going.
Keep reading.
Verse 2. And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt.
Listen, the same nigga told us that, those ones that are being raised up to everlasting shame and contempt, that's not Israelites. Oh, yeah, it is. Like when you read the context, it says Michael is the prince, the great prince that standeth up for the children of thy people. Michael is said to be Daniel's prince. Daniel is an Israelite, right? It says that Michael shall stand up, the great prince standeth for the children of thy people, right? It says, and At that time, thy people shall be delivered, everyone that shall be written in the book. Thy people shall be delivered, everyone that's written in the book, right? And many of them, who's the them? The thy people that sleep in the dust of the earth shall wake, some to everlasting life and some to shame and everlasting contempt, right? And that's going to happen to some of your favorite leaders, some of your favorite evil ass leaders. These niggas are going, the Lord's going to kill these niggas, and then they're going to be resurrected unto damnation, everlasting shame and contempt. Not because I said so, because Yahawah said so. But great question, Mark. Brother Jesus. He goes on and says, do you think this shows that the Most High and Yahawah were originally seen as different gods? No, right? Now, there are scholars that try to say that El is the Most High and that Yahweh, or as we would say, Yahawah, is the God that was given Israel. No, Yahawah is the Most High.
Yeah.
And he gave other nations their gods. Obviously, in their pantheons, they have a Most High God in their concept. They don't know Yahawah because Yahawah didn't reveal himself to them.
Yeah.
But Yahawah is known in what? In his judgment and his doings to the sons of men. So, no to that last part. But good question. So why are there different doctrines when there was supposed to be only one doctrine, and that is the doctrine of Yahawashi? Because again, we read this earlier, sister, in Isaiah 52:7. It says that our watchmen shall sing together with one consent when the Lord restores again Zion. So that's why there's different doctrines or different understandings and teachings. The same way that there were different doctrines and teachings and understandings in different sects during the times of Yahawashi. You had the Essenes, you had the Sadducees, you had the Pharisees, you had various zealot groups, you had different understandings.
And to that point too, Christ serves two purposes in Israel for the people, right? So Christ is also that chief cornerstone, and he's also a stone of stumbling for people that aren't weaned from the mill. So if you're not well versed in the scriptures, then Christ is going to be a stumbling block for you. But if you are, then Christ is that chief cornerstone which your doctrine is built on. But if you don't have solid ground, like he says, if you don't build the base from him, then you're building your foundation on sand, like he gave the parable of. So Christ has two purposes.
Actually, let's go to Isaiah 6 real quick. Someone says, can we have a private discussion at some point? There's no doctrine I'm following. Send me an email. Send me an email. Here's my email. ariala@hibofficialzion.com. All right. Alan, you think you're making points, bro? You're not making any points. Yahawashi said in John 17, Father, please give me the glory that I had with you in the beginning. What do we do with that? What's the glory that he had with the Father in the beginning if he didn't pre-exist? Stop listening to the fucking Sons of Thunder. Them niggas don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
So when Christ says before Abraham was, I am, what do we do with statements like that?
Niggas are stupid, bro. Listen, you Sadducee niggas are idiots. Yahawashi cut you niggas to fucking smithereens. Yahawashi cut the Sadducees up so badly, these niggas stopped asking him questions. Because you niggas don't know shit. Alan, you're about to get blocked. Can you be physically marked in your hand by I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Can we you went to March. Like as I come on, like Let me. What I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to redo, right? I might just re-upload a part of me stepping on that bullshit doctrine, right? That the brothers of SOT came up with, this stupid ass John 1 doctrine. I might have to just re-upload that, right? I might have to, of course, edit out the word Zakari over my name, right? I'm gonna have to because this shit don't make no good goddamn sense. It don't make a lick of sense.
So if he wasn't pre-existent, then what was the word of God that became flesh? Yeah, we have questions.
It's like in First John 1 disproves all that, right? So John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Theon, and the Word was Theos, right? The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. Without who? Like, it's just like when you talk to a silly ass OT only nigga, right? And you go to Isaiah 53, and they say, "Oh, that's Israel. Israel's a suffering servant." Oh, okay, cool. So now let's substitute Israel for he or him, right? It goes on to say that he did no violence. Oh, so Israel did no violence? Like when you use their logic and you just place their logic into the scriptures, it just crumbles. Because these niggas are dumb. Like you got to be a dumb nigga to read John 1 and say, "Oh, Christ didn't pre-exist." You have to be stupid. Do you view the Satan that tempted Jesus the high priest? If not, who do you think the Satan was there? What do you mean by the high priest?
What even alludes to there being a high priest in the wilderness that time? What?
Do you view the Satan that tempted Jesus the high priest?
The high priest? What?
You gotta re-ask that question.
Yeah.
You gotta re-ask that question. I don't understand what you're saying, brother Mark, brother Jesus. Will Yahawashi stay on the throne forever as his glorified immortal self, or will he have descendants through his lineage? I assume he will have children. I believe he'll have children, but he's going to reign on the throne forever and ever, right? Yeah. So if you go to this video that I did, let's go to videos, right? So you go to my channel, you go to videos, right? Some videos are live, some videos are not, right? So you got videos, you got shorts, right? I've been going crazy with the shorts, right? So make sure y'all check out the shorts too, right? And then you got the lives, right? So if you go to the videos here on my page, and if you go to this video right here, is eternal life for all races, here's the truth, right? I dive into that. But the answer is Yahawashi is going to reign forever and ever. But I'm going to put that link to that video in the chat. So check that out for a full understanding of what eternal life is. All right. Let's see. Any other questions? We're about to go into 4 hours.
Damn. Do you view the Satan that's Yeah, you're gonna have to re-ask that question, brother, because that did not make any sense.
Yeah, put another link in the chat. Great question, King Chronicles. Let's go there, right? And I'm gonna pull up another preset, right? So I'm gonna go to number 6, right? Acts 7 and 38, right? Let's start at verse 35.
It's the book of Acts, chapter 7, verse 35. This Moses, whom they refused, say, who made thee a ruler and a judge? The same did God send to be a ruler and a deliverer by the hand of the angel which appeared unto him in the bush.
By the hand of the what?
The angel which appeared unto him in the bush.
By the hand of the angel that appeared unto him in the bush. That angel that appeared unto him in the bush. In the bush is Yahawashi, right? John, was that John 8:58? Before Abraham was, I am, right? Before Abraham was, I am. The angel in the bush said, Yasharahla. But moreover, tell the children of thy people that Yahawah, the God of the fathers, right? The phrase I am is Ahaya, right? So Yahawashi was this angel that appeared unto him in the bush, right? Read on.
Verse 36. He brought them out after he had showed wonders and signs in the land of Egypt and in the Red Sea and in the wilderness 40 years. This is that Moses which said unto the children of Israel, a prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren, like unto me. Him shall ye hear.
That's Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 18 and 19. Yahawashi is said prophet. Read on.
This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel which spake unto him in the Mount Sinai, and with our fathers who received the lively oracles give unto us.
So it says that he spoke to an angel, right, in the wilderness, right? So now let's go to Numbers chapter 6. No, not number 6, Numbers chapter 12. Right? Let's start from the top.
It's the book of Numbers, chapter 12. From the top. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, hath the Lord indeed spoken only by Moses? Have he not spoken also by us? And the Lord heard it. Verse 30. Now the man Moses was very meek above all the men which were upon the face of the earth. And the Lord spake suddenly unto Moses and unto Aaron, unto Miriam, come out ye three unto the tabernacle of the congregation. And they came out. And the Lord came down the pillar of
real quick, right? So notice how it says, and the Lord spake suddenly unto Moses, Aaron, and then Miriam. Right? This demonstrates that the Most High God is not dealing with every single body in the same manner.
Yep.
And we're going to further see this. Moses is mentioned first. Mind you, Moses is the younger brother.
Yep.
He's the baby. Then Aaron, and then Miriam. So Miriam, watch your fucking mouth. Be quiet. Right? So in order, right? Leviticus, 1 Corinthians 11, right? I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. The Most High God deals in order, right? Read on.
Verse 5, and the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud and stood in the door of the tabernacle and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth. And he said, Hear now.
It's called Aaron and Miriam, not Miriam and Aaron. Aaron and Miriam. Order. Read on.
Hear now my words, if there be a prophet among you. I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream. My servant Moses is not so, who is faithful in all mine house.
Let me put this in nigga terms for you. He said, listen, man. Right? If there's a prophet, listen, I'm gonna talk to you like this. I'm gonna give you a vision. I'm gonna give you a dream. I'm gonna tell it to you like this, right? Moses ain't like y'all niggas, so watch your fucking mouth. That's what the Lord told them. Watch your fucking mouth. Watch who you talking about, right? Don't think that you're on his level, right? I'm gonna give you a vision. I'm gonna give you a dream, right? Him, not so. Read on.
Verse 8. With him I will speak mouth to mouth.
Mouth to mouth. Now, Yahawashi is the word of God. Words come out of what? Out of mouths. He will speak to him mouth to mouth. Read on.
even apparently, and will not in dark speeches, and in the similitude of the Lord shall he behold.
And the what?
The similitude of the Lord shall he behold.
The similitude of the Lord shall he behold. So now I want to pull this up real quick. Let's see if I can find the word for similitude in the Greek. Let's see if I can find it. Similitude. Let me see if I can find the word kidios. Now let's see what this word is. Is this the word? Glory. That may not be the word. Let's see. All right, I'm trying to find a word. But anyway, right? Who's the similitude of the Lord? Right? The scriptures say that Yahawashi is the express image of the Father. Right? He's the image of the invisible God. Right? Read on.
John, even apparently not in dark speeches, and the similitude of the Lord shall he behold.
And the similitude of the Lord shall he behold.
Wherefore,
right?
Then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moses? Verse 9. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed. Verse 10. Then the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, behold, she was leprous.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 11. And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned. Verse 12.
That's it on that, right? So basically, Miriam gets smitten with leprosy. She gets put out of the camp. Now notice how Aaron wasn't smitten with leprosy. Now, I could think of a couple reasons. Well, one, he's the priest. He's the high priest. So he has to continue to do the work. So, and Miriam being a woman running her damn mouth against Moses, right? The Lord's servant in that regard. He's like, listen, woman, shut up. Get her on the body here. So this story right here demonstrates how a lot of you niggas, y'all be running your mouths against certain people. Might want to be weird. You might want to watch it. Right? The Lord is not dealing with everyone in the same manner. It just is what it is. Yeah, also, yeah, brother Nicholas, brother Quasi made a good point. Yahawashi was also that destroyer, sent to smite the firstborn of every Egyptian. That too, he was also the one that was driving that chariot, right? So when now, oh damn, do I want to remember that that 5-6 hour long mercy council we had, and we was going to consuming fire and how the Lord's a consuming fire, but the angel in the bush was on fire, but it wasn't consumed. Yeah. You see, but here's the thing: I found something the other day, right? Where when Yahawashi returns, he's going to consume people with fire, right? Yeah. So listen, when he came as a lamb, right, and when he came, and when he was around a couple other times, when he was that word, right, that angel, right, that we were told not to provoke, right. He wasn't a consuming fire. Yeah. Then, guess what? When the Most High God gives him dominion, he's going to be a consuming fire, right? Yeah. So it can get real deep, right? Again, Yahawashi, listen, the scripture said that he comes in the volume of the book, and contextually, the book that's being referenced is the Torah. Yep. Right? He's all throughout the Torah. Right. Yeah. But listen, we've been here for 4 hours, right? Right, 4 hours on the beautiful Shabbat, right? 4 hours on the Shabbat, so we're gonna have to wrap it. What's the heck? Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to wanna wrap this joint up, man. But let's see. You see that? You see that, brother Quadazop? You see that? Listen, man.
Yeah.
All praises. But yeah, man. Appreciate y'all, family, for tapping in with us. Right. Again, make sure y'all like, share, subscribe to the channel. All right. Donate if it's on your heart. You can, if you want to join the congregation, right? There are links in our Instagram. Actually, pull up our IG. Right, there are links in our Instagram. Boom, right. Go to our Instagram. Let me pull this back up here. Right, so you go to our Instagram, there's links here, right? So you got our YouTube page, our Facebook, right? I don't know what happened. And here's the prospect intake form, right? I'm gonna add the other links in a second. Actually, let me do that right now. Copy link. Add profile links. Join HOB Sisterhood. Let me take the calendar. I don't know what calendar. Edit, share, copy link. Boom. All right, boom. Watch this. Fresh. Yeah. So if you come into our channel, right? This is the link to the calendar. Right, this right here is the link for brothers for the prospect intake form. You can click this link right here, and for sisters to join the HOB Sisterhood, right, you click this intake form right here. Right, fill it out, and we will be in contact with you, brothers and sisters, very, very soon. All right. Great point. And he said, I don't know about y'all. What lamb becomes a lion? This destruction won't be normal. That's a fact. That is a fact. All right. But yeah, family. Make sure you guys can again like, share, and subscribe. Right. If you wanted to have a conversation with me or set up a dialogue with me, you can email me here at ariella@hibofficialzion.com. If you want smoke and you want to get on the show, right? Actually, let me turn this from being a ticker, right? Boom. Right. If you want to be in the show, email me at ariella.bonyahawa@gmail.com, right? If you want to have a discussion, debate, what have you, you can email me here. Right. If you need like some type of consultation or whatnot, email me here. All right. If for some reason you want to get in contact with the camp, right, you can email us here at houseofbreadcamp@gmail.com. But again, our also contact us via Instagram, right? Myself and Yasharahla, we have access to the IG page, and we check it pretty frequently. So yeah, man, with that, I want to give all praises, all glory, and all honor unto the Most High God, whose name is Yahawah. Of course, we do so in the name of His only begotten Son, Hamashiach, Yahawashi, of the world, and we call Jesus Christ. Till next time, Shalawam, and Matawathya.
Ball.